All right, testing, testing. One, two, three, one, two, three. All right, testing, testing. One, two, three, one, two, three. All right, testing, testing. One, two, three, one, two, three. One, two, three, one, two, three. Testing, testing, testing.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, welcome to the second day of our peace conference. To begin the program of today, we have great honor to have our keynote speech speaker, Professor Edgardo Cullen Emerick. I would like to introduce a little bit about Professor Edgardo. Um, Besides, he is my good friend. Actually, he is a very important administrator at the Duke University. He is the dean of Duke Divinity School and Ruth A. Morris Williams Jr. Professor of Theology and Christian Ministry. Professor Colin Emerick work explores the intersections of Methodist and Catholic theologies and Wesleyan and Latin American experience. His teaching covers a broad range of theological areas: systematics, Wesleyan theology, ecumenism, and Latin American theology. His research brings theologians like Thomas Aquinas and Hans Urs von Balthasar into conversations with voices from the theological periphery like Bartholomew the Las Casas and St. Oscar Romero, guided by the conviction that Christian theology sounds best when it is symphonic. He became director of the Center for Reconciliation in 2018. Under his leadership, CFR expanded its capacity and programs, including the launch of the Americas Initiative that brings together scholars and ministry practitioners from across the Americas to support reconciliation work. In 2020, he was appointed Associate Dean for Academic Formation. Professor Colin Emerick serves on the United Methodist Committee on Faith and Order and on both national and international Methodist Catholic dialogues. In October 2017, he met with Pope Francis as part of a delegation from the Methodist Catholic Dialogue and presented the Pope with a Spanish translation he created of the dialogue's bilateral statement. And so this is our great honor for this conference. We have the privilege that Professor Colin Emerick can come to here as our keynote speaker. And today, he will present a paper on Oscar Romero's Witness to Peace, Ecumenical Lessons from the Global South. I would like to pass the time to Professor Colin Emerick and for his presentation. May I invite all of us to give a big applause for him to start.
Paz y bien, peace and goodness be with you. This greeting, attributed to St. Francis of Assisi, who incidentally this year marks 800 years since the anniversary of his death, is a salutation that is as valid in the 13th century as it is in the 21st. Peace and goodness. This is the longing of people of goodwill everywhere, and I'm sure participants at this conference. And I come to this conference as a theologian and a professor, and theologians and professors are sometimes mocked for being prone to speculative flights of fancy. This is sometimes true. But most of us take our historical location seriously. A brief internet search will find books and essays dedicated on being Christian and doing theology after Auschwitz, after Hiroshima, after the Rwandan genocide, after the desolation of Gaza. Scholarly reflection on violence and peace does not only happen after war, post-bellum, it happens during war, in bello. And this is our condition today. For years, I've admired C.S. Lewis's sermon, Learning in Wartime. In it, the college professor and veteran of the First World War faced a congregation of anxious students pursuing degrees at Oxford. The gathering clouds of war in Europe troubled the minds of many, who wondered what was the point of spending time, energy, reading books, writing papers, attending conferences, when bombs were falling. Aware of this fraught backdrop, Lewis makes a case for the perennial significance of the learned life. Even in times of global upheavals, a Christian, can in good conscience devote their life to the study of botany, Beowulf, and Brahms, provided, says Lewis, that this is done for the glory of God. As notices of the latest armed conflicts pop up on my phone, I have returned to this sermon again and again, and it never fails to inspire me. It speaks an important word to our anxious times. However, it is not the final word on how one is to serve the present age. Learning in wartime needs to be complemented, I believe, by learning for peacemaking. And if we are committed to searching for what is true and beautiful, and also to working for what is just and good, we are committed to peacemaking. And if we're committed to peacemaking, then we will find in Oscar Romero an exemplary witness to peace. I begin with a brief sketch of Romero's life and ministry. Oscar Romero served as Archbishop of San Salvador in Central America from 1977 to 1980. It was a time of church division and national crisis. In the polarized environment of El Salvador, the appointment of Romero, a centrist churchman, to the chief ecclesial post in the country came as a relief to some and a disappointment to many. However, all were surprised when, soon after his consecration as archbishop and following the assassination of his friend, Father Rutilio Grande, Romero found his prophetic voice. His homilies, which were broadcast over the radio throughout the nation, were attentively heard by vast portions of the population. His pastoral ministry made visible the suffering of the Salvadoran people and held accountable those responsible for it. In the conclusion to his final Sunday homily, Romero addressed the police and military forces in the country. His words have been quoted many times, and yet they remain fresh. And I quote, "Brothers," this is speaking to the military, "you are part of our own people. You are killing your own brother and sister campesinos, and against any order a man may give to kill, God's law must prevail. You shall not kill. No soldier is obliged to obey an order against the law of God. No one has to observe an immoral law. It is time now for you to reclaim your conscience and to obey your conscience rather than in command to sin." The church defends the rights of God, Romero continues, the law of God, and the dignity of the human person, and therefore cannot remain silent before such great abominations. We want the government to understand well that the reforms are worth nothing if they are stained with so much blood. In the name of God, then, and in the name of the suffering people whose laments rise up each day more tumultuously toward heaven, I beg you, I beseech you, I order you, in the name of God, stop the repression. The following day, Romero was killed by a sniper's bullet as he presided at Mass. The text from which he preached on at that occasion was from the Gospel of John, chapter 12, verse 24. "Very truly, I tell you, unless a grain of wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains just a single grain. But if it dies, it bears much fruit." As a pastor whose peacemaking centered on the plight of the poor, Romero was a sign of contradiction. He elicited strong reactions then and now within and without the church. In life, his peacemaking work was widely recognized. He was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize, which he did not receive, and for a Swedish Peace Prize, which he did receive. His witness was also widely feared, as the government campaign of defamation and persecution leading to martyrdom shows. In death and life beyond death, his witness to peace gained ecumenical recognition. His image is sculpted in stone over the entrance to Westminster Abbey in London. Lutherans in El Salvador called him our Saint Romero years before he was beatified and canonized by the Catholic Church. The Salvadoran group, Mujeres Ecuménicas por la Paz, Ecumenical Women for Peace, have chosen Romero as their inspiration. His witness to peace was formed by a theological vision of God, humanity, and the church. Since Romero was a pastor and not an academic theologian, his vision is not found in formal essays or monographs. Instead, it must be harvested from his homilies, pastoral letters, and historical testimonies. And for our purposes, I arrange these fruits and harvest them with the aid of the Latin American methodological framework of See, Judge, Act. First, as a witness to peace, Romero sees. He sees the violence of his people in its concreteness and brutality. This is what one would expect from any eyewitness, but as a peacemaker, Romero was not simply a spectator. Romero regularly met with the victims of violence and brought visibility to the disappeared by calling them by name and reading statements from their families during his Sunday homilies. It is significant that the Swedish ambassador's presentation of the Peace Prize to Romero happened in the presence of two coffins in the cathedral for containing the bodies of Roberto Castellanos and Annette Matisen, a couple who had been assassinated just days before the award ceremony. Addressing this clashing juxtaposition of images, Romero says, on the one hand, we hear these voices from distant lands which offer impartial, disinterested judgments because they comprehend what people here among us do not want to comprehend. On the other, we also hear the voice of eternity in the deathly presence of these two coffins before us. From an eternal, eschatological perspective, this voice moves us to see that the Christian way is the true way toward peace. As a witness to peace, Romero not only sees the violence afflicting his people, he seeks to uncover its causes. In his annual pastoral letters, Romero addresses the national crisis directly. He lists diverse types of violence present in the Salvadoran context. There were state-sponsored repressive acts. And these accounted for most of the deaths in the country. There were terrorist acts. These were perpetrated by extremist groups from the left and the right. There were spontaneous outbursts of violence. A protest is met by an overly zealous police response and becomes a riot and then a massacre. These different expressions of violence were symptomatic of a more primal malady: institutionalized violence. Institutionalized violence names the reality of structural social exclusion. In El Salvador, this unjust situation was most evident in the suffering of the campesinos, the rural people. The majority of this population depended on small-scale farming for their sustenance, but they had no access to arable plots or fields. Their food hunger was the result of land hunger. The history of how the few possessed the land that belonged to the Salvadoran people is an old story. To understand it, you would need to go back to the Spanish conquest and colonization of El Salvador in the 16th century and to the United States' establishment of a monoculture of coffee in the late 19th and early 20th century. But I will not do that right now, because the point is that this form of violence has been so normalized that it goes unnoticed. Nevertheless, Romero believed that landlessness was the most acute form of violence afflicting El Salvador, and that it lay at the root of the national crisis. As a witness to peace, Romero sees and Romero judges the violence, and he judges it from the standpoint of the gospel. Seeing and judging are distinct acts, but they cannot be separated. And Romero's seeing is shaped by his interpretation of the church's theological judgments, and in his interpretation of the church's theological judgments, he has a clear focus on the realities that he sees. His episcopal motto was sentir con la iglesia, which can be translated as to think with the church or to sense, perceive, feel with the church. Romero lived by this motto, and he identified himself completely with the Salvadoran church, in particular with the suffering of the poor and the vulnerable within that church. And also he identified himself completely with the universal church, and in particular with the teachings of the popes. As an aside, I should mention that although Oscar Romero never traveled to Asia, he also thought and felt with the church here. In one of his sermons, he speaks of the plight of thousands of Vietnamese refugees coming to Hong Kong and expresses longing that the Salvadoran church could also be a haven for refugees. For Romero, right judgment of the situation in El Salvador requires reading authoritative resources, namely scriptures and the church's magisterial tradition, and adopting a posture of service in the world, namely a preferential option for the poor. And on the basis of these, Romero makes a determination, a judgment. Those responsible, he says, for the institutionalization of violence and for the international structures that cause it are those who monopolize economic power instead of sharing it, those who defend them through violence, and all those who remain passive for fear of the sacrifice and personal risk implied by any courageous and effective action. Romero finds no possible justification for violence in its institutionalized, repressive, or terrorist expressions. In fidelity to the Catholic tradition to which he belonged, Romero acknowledges the validity of violence in self-defense and on behalf of the defense of the vulnerable. He is self-avowedly not a pacifist. However, his teaching prioritizes the power of nonviolence over the legitimacy of just war. 3, as a witness to peace, Romero sees, he judges, and then he acts for justice, moved by love. Romero is remembered for bold, dramatic actions in response to the violence in El Salvador. At the funeral mass for his friend, Father Rutilio Grande, a mass which was broadcast throughout the country by radio, Romero addressed himself directly to his friend's murderers. And he says, "Who knows if those who are responsible for this criminal act, and therefore excommunicated, are hearing these words on a radio there in their hideout and in their conscience. We want to tell them, brother criminals, we love you, and we ask God to pour forth repentance into your hearts because the church is incapable of hatred. The church has no enemies." The following Sunday, Romero canceled all the masses throughout the archdiocese and called all the Catholic faithful to attend a single mass at the cathedral as a show of unity and solidarity. As Romero explained, there is nothing of demagogy in this action. The Church is not being manipulated by some political party. She is not raising a protest in a merely human manner. The Church gathered then to do what it always did, to glorify God in the celebration of the Mass. At the same time, that particular Eucharistic celebration fired the imagination of the people and the fears of the state, because the raising of the Eucharistic elements at that moment were a protest in a not merely human manner. These actions, and many others like them during his time as Archbishop, were inspired by a commitment to building a civilization of love. El Salvador struggled with underdevelopment. In one of his homilies, Romero draws attention to the scandalous fact that more than 4,000 people had died the previous year from diarrhea. The poor nutritional and hygienic conditions that caused this were symptoms of a deeper moral underdevelopment. And in Romero's judgment, there is no sign of underdevelopment as shameful as avarice. True human progress consists not in having more and more, but in being more. The civilization which promotes true progress and development is the civilization of love. And the key to this civilization is placing God and the human above economic profit, private property, and national security. The work of dismantling inhuman social conditions for the sake of more humane human conditions is not the responsibility of the few. All are responsible, and all are invited to work towards a civilization of love, from the campesina to the president. And yet, the civilization of love cannot be built by human effort alone. The work of popular organizations was important, but not definitive. The studies of economists and sociologists mattered, but were not decisive. The civilization of love had to be built by love, a love that had as its source God. To be sure, the word love can be used in cheap ways. There is a placebo kind of love which is too quickly dispensed as a substitute for justice. But peace without justice is no peace at all. Romero was fond of the papal motto of Pius XII, Opus Justitiae Pax. The work of justice, or the fruit of justice, is peace. Hence, all attempts at peace that ignore the just claims of victims are bound to nothing, to futility. Even so, according to Romero, love is the only thing that can transform the world. Only love makes one grande, great. Oscar Romero's witness is, as I've been arguing, that of a peacemaker. This Salvadoran Catholic holds lessons for the ecumenical communion of Christians around the world and for other people of goodwill. And I will frame these lessons by means of the titles from the messages for the Catholic World of Day Peace, the Catholic World Day of Peace. These are messages that have been celebrated annually on January 1st since 1967, and that Romero took to be mottos for the beginning of the year during his time as Archbishop. Incidentally, as a side note, the theme for 2026 from Pope Leo's message is "Peace be with you all," towards an unarmed and disarming peace. I just read this message and commend it to all of you. As a teaser, I will note that while Pope Leo strongly supports global calls for nuclear disarmament, he also presses for what John the 23rd called integral disarmament of mind, heart, and life. I'll leave it to you to read this, and I return to Romero. Romero adopted the papal peace messages as touchstones for his pastoral reflections, and I present them as ecumenical lessons for learning in wartime for the sake of peacemaking. And the first is this: no to violence, yes to peace. This message from the World Day of Peace in 1978 expressed with stark simplicity the path for the church in El Salvador, saying no to violence in its concrete and various manifestations belongs to the mission of the church. This no requires attentive listening to the voices of victims, along with careful analysis of the historical causes of violence. It is a no that calls for courageous witness against the evils of our present age. It is a no against the normalization of violence as just the way things are, and against its sacralization in the service of the state. Despite well-known historical and contemporary counterexamples, there is no such thing as a holy war. And the life of the poor matters more than the pride of superpowers. Even as Romero saw that the root of violence in El Salvador was the institutionalization of landlessness, he judged that structural changes alone would not solve the national crisis. Agrarian reform was necessary and urgent, but without personal reform, it would not lead to lasting peace. New structures require a new people. Saying no to violence and yes to peace calls for new ways of seeing and being in the world. And in that task, we should turn to artists. A few years ago, the award-winning poet Caroline Forché visited Duke Divinity School and met with some of our students. In our conversation, she shared the backstory to her, at that point, recently published book, What You Have Heard Is True, a memoir of witness and resistance. In her memoir, she tells of how a mysterious man, Leonel Gomez, showed up unannounced at her front door in the United States to invite her to travel with him to El Salvador. The year was 1977. Romero had just become Archbishop. The pitch was a simple one: come witness the beginning of another Vietnam. She tried to protest, citing her lack of journalistic experience, but Leonel did not want a reporter. He wanted a poet. He said, "In my country and in the rest of Latin America, poets are taken seriously. They're appointed to diplomatic posts, or they're assassinated, or put into prison, but one way or another, taken seriously." Romero, too, wanted poets. He was persuaded that the battle for the kingdom and for peace would not be won with guns and bullets, but with guitars and church songs. And he commissioned the writing of church songs in a time of war. Rumem Alves, the Brazilian theologian who coined the term liberation theology, once said, "If we want to change the world, we need, first of all, to be able to make people dream about beauty." Human beings are the kind of creatures who hunger and thirst for justice, yes, and they also hunger and thirst for beauty. There is need for artisans of peace who will satisfy this hunger. Saying no to violence and yes to peace calls for such artists and artisans. Which leads to my second point. To reach peace, teach peace. In the message from the World Day of Peace in 1979, Romero heard an invitation for the church to renew its work of catechetical formation. The prophet Isaiah speaks of a day when nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore, which means that violence is something that we learn. It is like a language with its peculiar vocabulary, grammar, and accents, a language that is transmitted from one generation to the next. In that message for the World Day of Peace in 1979, which Romero drew on, John Paul II states, "Language is made for expressing the thoughts of the heart and for uniting. But when it is the prisoner of prefabricated formulas, in its turn, it drags the heart along its own downward paths." In El Salvador, Romero saw a pedagogy of violence at work, a pedagogy that had a language that supported it. Words like communist were used to fuel a spiral of dehumanization and to kill the vulnerable and their allies. Today, words like foreigner, immigrant, refugee, illegal are used for the sake of violence. By contrast, Romero exemplifies the language and grammar of peace. Consider briefly from the words I read in his homily on the funeral of the assassination of Rutilio Grande, and he addresses the assassins as brother criminals. This is the language of peace. It says no to violence because it calls the perpetrators criminals. It says yes to peace because it calls them brothers and extends the possibility of repentance and reconciliation. The language of peace is admittedly not our first language. It needs to be learned like a second language. It is a language that has its own vocabulary, repentance, forgiveness, its own grammatical rules, love your enemies, welcome the stranger. Learning peace in this language of peace may not help you get a high-paying job. It will not help you to have more, but it will help you to be more and to give more. And the best way to learn this language, as the best way to learn any language, is by immersion. Spend time with Romero and other exemplary speakers of peace. Join a community that is fluent in peace and will hold you accountable for speaking peace. For as we all know, when it comes to language, it doesn't matter which language, you either use it or you lose it. And if we do not speak peace, we will fall back to speaking war. Third, truth, the power of peace. In the words of John Paul II, who offered that message in 1980, quote, "Non-truth, in all its forms and at all levels, lies, partial or slanted information, sectarian propaganda, manipulation of the communications media, and so on, goes hand in hand with the cause of war." This social diagnosis, which Romero found to be descriptively accurate of the situation in El Salvador, remains relevant as new technologies, social media algorithms, and AI chatbots only exacerbate the old challenges of how to build community across difference. If truth is the power of peace and non-truth lies the power of violence, then it seems like we have a very asymmetrical imbalance against us. As we understand too well today, the false and the bad go viral much more quickly than the true and the good. But when faced with the power of lies and its lackeys, I think it's wise to heed the words of another archbishop, Rowan Williams, who says, "The energy of destructiveness is vastly cunning and resourceful, but very stupid at root. Evil is strong, but dumb." How else can one make sense of the fact that the Salvadoran government, blinded by its own propaganda, had to listen to Romero's homilies to learn the truth of the violence they themselves were inflicting? How else to explain the murder of Romero at the altar after preaching on how the grain of wheat must fall to the ground and die in order to bear fruit? Peace is holy, holy, holy. Violence is stupid. Truth is the power of peace because it keeps peacemaking realistic. Being realistic is often identified with pacifism. Realpolitik looks to balance of power maintained by fear. Left to itself, the moral arc of the universe does not bend toward justice. But the truth is that the universe is not left to itself. For Romero, reality is good. It is good because God is good, and the people and land of El Salvador are bathed in the uncreated light of God. Everyone desires peace. This desire is often confused and contradicted, but it can be healed and fulfilled by grace. For Romero's, humans are capable of peace. This is being realistic. Having confidence that people can change and grow. This is being realistic. Believing that the foundations for a civilization of love can be laid down here. This is being realistic. What is real is good, but what is good is not free of risk. Reality comes with sharp edges, experiencing fear, frustration, misunderstanding, even persecution. This is being realistic too. When greeting his congregation on the country's annual patronal feast, Romero always said, "It is good for us to be here," not, "It is safe for us to be here." And so I end not with the blessing, the Franciscan blessing, but just with a very brief story. And I know I'm a couple of minutes off time, but I will beg your indulgence. It is a well-known fact that Romero did not like to travel. He often told his congregation that the best part of a trip was coming home. When he returned home after attending a conference in Mexico, he overheard an airport worker inspecting his bag, saying, "There goes the truth." Romero was deeply moved by this. The unnamed custom agent saw something that many of Romero's adversaries failed to see. Romero was not packing lies. He was not a smuggler of ideological contraband. He was a witness to peace. And I hope that may be the case for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Gato. So now I would like to open to the floor for question and answer. Okay, Lifa.
Thank you, Professor Colon Emerick. The witness of Oscar Romero is such a powerful testimony for our age. I wonder if you know anything. This may be a question which is not within your wheelhouse, though. But what is the legacy of Romero in El Salvador today, given contemporary political situation, the leadership of the current president, even the U.S. government's involvement with the imprisoning people? Does Romero still have currency? Does his name still carry weight among the people there? That's my question.
This is a very common question that is raised, and rightly so. And the answer is a complicated one. The legacy of Romero has been was contested in his life, after his canonization. both within El Salvador and beyond. It is often the case in these matters that reputation is sometimes more highly regarded outside the country than within it. And that the realities that he addressed and the violence that engulfed him still persists in its institutionalized forms, even if some of the other expressions of it have mutated over time. His testimony is one that sometimes has been used by different governments as a wedge issue, or as a way also of governments clothing themselves in Romero's holiness to sanitize their own actions. And the current government, and I should note, for the church itself, it's been a hard legacy to live up to. And my experience with the church in El Salvador, I was there most recently this past October, is that the church is still trying to, since, live into that testimony and challenged by it, because where that testimony led was to martyrdom. And this is why it's a testimony that continues to challenge El Salvador and so many. So, as I said, a meandering answer, because it's an unfinished story. His name is still taken up in good ways. As I mentioned, there's a group of women, Ecumenical Women for Peace, who Romero is their inspiration. And yet, the impact of that work does not radiate very far. And yet, that is often the nature of the work that we do, planting seeds.
Okay, question was.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Professor Colon, for a wonderful presentation. A couple of things resonated with me, particularly when you said something that you need to have genuine love, not placebo love. That was a ringing line for me. The question of teaching peace. And so the question for me was that, how would you articulate teaching peace? Would that mean, so there are a couple of questions in here. Would that mean teaching the past and how the world is today, teaching the truth the way we understand it? The second part of the question is that you said that Romero was not a pacifist. That is both intriguing and curious. He was very well hailed in South Africa. He had a great, strong reception with Desmond Tutu and others. But we also had a strong tradition of liberation theology in South Africa. So could you possibly talk a little bit about Romero's relationship with liberation theologians? He would not be the first liberation theologian that would come to mind when I think liberation theology in Latin America, but he's clearly, because of his martyrdom and his testimony to the truth, clearly puts him in that zone, maybe a different form of that. So how would you articulate that? So two-part. One is say a little bit more about teaching truth. Say a little bit more about the relationship between Romero and liberation theologians. Thank you.
Wonderful questions. The first one on the teaching of peace is one that I have to admit I am grappling with. What does that mean? We've both, you've worked at Duke, and so I'm thinking very concretely, what does it mean to teach peace at an institution like Duke University? And I don't have ready-made answers to that, except to say that for me, an important aspect of that teaching of peace is the connection of people at a place like Duke with communities that are experiencing injustice. And so that there needs to be, in addition to textual engagement, a personal engagement as well. And that's an aspect of Romero's teaching of the making it concrete, that these commitments are not simply intellectual commitments. They are that, but they're intellectual commitments that arise from experiences of solidarity and accompaniment. So no answer. I think for me, simply a word of challenge. What does it mean to teach peace and to teach the language of peace and unlearning the language of war, and in a place like Duke University, a place of privilege and power. And in that regard, I find the much inspiration in the writings of Ignacio Ellacuría, John Sobrino, the theologians of the University of Central America, who faced these questions very concretely as they were trying to do literally study and learning in wartime. And their counsel was, which I am trying to imagine how to embody in our context, is that all that we do in our education, in our research, our teaching, has to ultimately be engaging the cries for justice that are coming from all around us. How to do so is challenged, but that is the challenge that is important for us to take. And then when it comes to the liberation theologians and his pacifism or rejection of it, Romero rejected pacifism for several reasons. For one, first, he had he reduced pacifism and misconstrued it as being passive, as inaction. And he had a very caricature understanding of Mahatma Gandhi that led him to say that's not an option for us. But then he talks about the power of nonviolence constantly. And so he eschews pacifism as a label because he did not see how it fit also with making room for violence on behalf of the case of justice or the defense of the helpless, and also for possibilities of insurrection, which were realities in the Latin American context. And he did not want to foreclose the possibility that those insurrections could be legitimate, even if they should only be pursued as very, very rarely and as a last resort. In his relation with other liberation theologians, of course, Romero was a pastor, not an academic theologian, but he was theological, and I think that's very important. And he he worked very closely with the liberation theologians in El Salvador, John Sobrino, Ignacio Ellacuría, Segundo Montes, the people who were part of the community that supported him. So they were very much a team in developing, in working on interpreting the situation, the social situation in El Salvador. At the same time, Romero did warn against some strands of liberation theology that were focused too much on imminent liberation and losing the transcendent dimension of liberation. He always wanted to hold us together, so he promoted integral liberation, transcendent and imminent.
Thank you so much for this inspirational talk. I want to offer one observation and one question. The methodology that you use, see, judge, and act, is a very powerful one. Yet, as you're describing various scenes, some of the scenes are not leaving my mind. When he was receiving the Peace Prize, doing that in the presence of two coffins, that's a very powerful sort of image. And I'm just wondering about those seeing the death part. Probably that comes from my pastoral theological background that sort of seems to be traumatic. And also it juxtaposes with the death that I experienced in South Korea recently. One of the most prominent pastor who has been working for the queer community committed, she died. And when she passed away, then the aftermath of this peace worker's death was very, very powerful. And it leaves a lot of things behind. And I think nonviolent work oftentimes, because violence is stupid, as you're saying, because evil is stupid, these nonviolent workers oftentimes gets killed. And the people who are doing the peace work has to deal with that reality and witness that. And that witness itself seems to be a big homework. So I just wanted to point that out and see, sort of feeling the impact of that. The second thing is a question, and it's the question about the power of truth, that the third point that you were making. A pastoral theologian named Bruce Rogers Vaughan from Vanderbilt University, he has worked on the neoliberal sort of processes and the questions about the work of pastoral care and counseling. And in that work, he notices that there are three kinds of sufferings in this world. He calls it the first order, second order, and the third order. And the first order are the natural thing, our death, like out of age, illness, natural disasters, those kind of things that happens naturally in our world. The first order suffering. The second order sufferings are the people to people sort of a violence. And that can include the structural violence that Oscar Romero was fighting against. And the the oppressions, like all kinds of things that happens between people. And Bruce notices that long time ago, when he started to do the counseling work, people knew what they are suffering from. They suffer because the mother-in-law, they suffer because of the boss, they suffer because of the institutional sort of violence that's happening to them. But these days, people come and they don't know the reason behind their sufferings, then they blame themselves. There must be something wrong with me. And he, in his search, he's finding the third order of suffering, and that has something to do with the neoliberalism. We are working in a world where we are given not the equality, but the equal opportunities. And when you don't succeed in making something out of you, then the suffering is yours. It's because of you, and it's actually the neoliberal system. You mentioned the fake news and AI, all of this, and the language, the grammar of a piece that you mentioned, the grammar of truth, was it? I think it should have a different form addressing the third order suffering. Oscar Romero, when it's a person to person, there's a thing that we can do, through our own presence and our personality, persuasion, conversations, I don't know, confrontation, resistance, all of those. But somehow in the neoliberal processes that separates each one of us and then makes us into fragments, and our information on the online platforms, they become these tiny little pieces of things that are like competing with other pieces of fake news. I think the grammar has to change. The grammar may look a little bit different. And I was wondering if you can reflect on that and see, there's something more that you can offer to that.
Yeah. So, Consuelo, you're trying to bring together a certain structure of suffering and map it and how it's stretched or changed in engagement with Romero. But I have to think further on it. What I would say is that Romero's experience with suffering was firsthand experience with his people. And he chose to live not in the Archbishop's house, but to live at first in the room behind the chapel at a hospice cancer center, because he wanted to be close to the suffering. And so the experience of suffering and of being close to the suffering was one that deeply stamped how he approached his leadership of the church in El Salvador. And it's one that he invited others to come and join him as well. And there's a sense, very important for him, that suffering is something that Christians were called to be in solidarity and to be by the side of those who are suffering. Not simply, he spoke to the people of El Salvador as the crucified people, but they were to crucify people not simply to keep them on the cross, but to take them down from the cross. And so it's not simply solidarity, it's also transformation and liberation. And so that he cared about and really addressing the people suffering. And when it comes to on the neoliberal world order and so on, I think, again, this is where Romero tries to go to the root causes and the institutionalization of violence in ways that render it invisible. And he's precisely concerned with making visible aspects and the causes of violence that are not going to be making the news because you just simply take it for granted as being the backdrop against which it's like a fish in water. You don't think of the water. He's trying to bring visibility to those those ordinary realities.
Thank you very much, Professor Colland, for this presentation. Just a point of information, but also a question about the influence of St. Romero. As I was telling you over the coffee yesterday, the Diocesan Commission for Integral Human Development of the Hong Kong Diocese recognizes Romero as the patron saint. And I remember, as a member of this group, that Bishop Joseph Ha would make it a point that whenever we pray during the meeting, we try to pray to St. Romero for blessing our work in the commission. A question about the role of Romero in peace building. In my mind, when we think of Catholic peace builders or perhaps Christian or even religious peace builders in general, I tend to classify them or categorize them into two groups. One is prophetic, one is pastoral. The prophetic ones tend to come out and voice out criticism against violence, corruption, and so on, like prophets, we read in the First Testament. Pastoral approaches, however, tend to work behind the scenes as mediators. I have in mind people like the Redemptorist priest, Father Alec Gray, in the context of Northern Ireland. You don't hear him, accusing Republican violence and things like that, but they work behind the scenes as mediators. So it seems to me that St. Romero falls within the first group, prophetic role of calling violence and ending tragically in martyrdom. But am I misunderstanding his legacy? Do we have any, I don't know, whether he had any sort of mediator role, or in the wider Salvadorian context, who would be the Catholic or Christian peace builders working in the mediator rather than the prophetic side of peace building? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. And Romero was a pastor first, and that's how he understood himself. And I think that for me that contrast of the prophetic and the priestly or pastoral is one that Romero, I think, actually challenges. And I see the challenge precisely in calling the assassins brother criminals, because there is in that a prophetic naming of, yes, you're criminals, but also an extension of an outreach for embrace. You're our brothers, come back. And this characterized his ministry, that he is not trying to be a device, an agent, a cause of division. The division is present there already. He's bringing light, he's shedding light on the divisions that are present in order to heal them. And so I do.
Maybe just to clarify, I'm also referring to that traditional understanding of the impossibility to be a mediator and an advocate at the same time. So that not really saying, if you're a prophet, you can't be a pastor. No, not that. Yeah, thank you.
Romero worked closely with the government as much as he could in trying to achieve mediation and to come to terms and find some paths to peace. So he was not simply denouncing; he was also trying to work and promote peace. He wrote a letter to President Carter asking for ceasing of sending arms to El Salvador, and you would see that simply as very much trying to work on as and be pastoral. Maybe we'll have to take this offline and talk further about it, because I think we may be missing each other a little bit.
Okay, thank you so much. Time flies. Actually, we have a very good discussions after the keynote speech, and yeah, I think that we will continue our discussions and sharing. Okay, in the coffee time. May I invite all of us to give another round of big applause? Okay, to Professor Delgado Colin Americ, yeah, for his very inspiring talk to us. Okay, so any announcement? Okay, okay, yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah. Very important. Yeah, rituals. Okay, this is to present to yeah to you. Yeah, a souvenir. Thank you so much. Thanks. So this is coffee time. Yeah, well, we will have a break of 15 minutes. Thank you. I'm very inspired by the importance of teaching and culture. Yeah, yeah. How, especially for example in Hong Kong, how culture, how films, stories, dramas, yeah, can inspire people. Yeah, still have a vision for the good rather than the violence. I think it's important.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's important. Yeah, but yeah, for me, I would like to say that for our government, yeah, they're evil and cunning, and they will use everything that they can use, yeah, for the non-violent action. And this is very difficult for peace builder here, yeah, because they will assume the things that they think that is useful. Yeah, and so they are first pragmatists. They learn. Okay. So this is the difficulty for peace building. Yeah. So I don't know, yeah, how we can do it.
No, well, I think again, at least there aren't easy answers. But I think, Romero didn't have the easy answer. He just kept doing what he was doing. And that for me is, I think it's again significant that he was not killed at a moment like leading a march. He was killed while simply doing a homily in no chapel with just a few people present, just doing what we've been called to do. And so I think that's also the ordinariness that we work for peace and do peace, not simply doing extraordinary things, but it's in a way of life.
Yeah, I share with us that yeah, actually the power here. Somehow they have also a learning curve.
Learning curve.
Yeah, they learn. So if you're a peace builder, tend to be a kind of mediator or do some cultural things, they can learn from you. And as long as you have that, yeah, then you become part of that. Or you quit, you become part of that. Yeah.
Sorry, I was late because I was caught in traffic.
Oh,
There was a little traffic incident at Lok Fu.
Oh,
So my green bus was like stuck there.
stuck there.
Yeah. And, couldn't get off. Anyway, but thank you for this.
And Martin is one of our very good team members of our peace building team. And
Thanks to him. I was part of it.
yeah, that's like big question. Yeah, and he's Catholic and yeah, he study political science as well. So actually, there's a lot of some strategic way of peace building. Because he's political science, yeah, you have us.
This is good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure if this.
Hello, hello. 喂，開咗未？聽啊。
Not like a
Okay.
boss
Hello.
we send in our room.
喂。
Yeah,
Hello, hello.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Hi, good morning, colleagues.
Yeah.
So I think it's time for session 4, Christian Approaches to Peace, to start. And today we have 3 scholars. And the first one is from University of Hong Kong, Professor Carl Hildebrand. And he will deliver a presentation on forgiving amidst deep disagreement. So maybe we hand over the platform to Professor Hildebrand.
Sure, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to look at forgiveness from a philosophical point of view. And it's been really interesting hearing about, peace and conflict sort of at a grand scale, political, international and so forth. But I'm kind of getting like micro and thinking about sort of very kind of even almost petty interpersonal sorts of things and trying to wrap my mind around deep disagreement. Why it's hard to forgive, because it seems that it's something I've observed in the last, 10 years, let's say, in families or communities back home in North America. I'm actually Canadian, but yeah, I see sometimes observe families just kind of fracture over things that seem kind of small, and there's some kind of underlying political disagreement, but then people can't seem to get over it, and it seems very hard. So I'm just trying to understand that basically. So in this paper, I want to understand why forgiveness is so difficult in circumstances of deep disagreement, and B, make some progress toward understanding what is required to forgive in these difficult circumstances. This also means C, asking and attempting to answer what it is that we mean when we speak of forgiving in these circumstances, or what it is that we want forgiveness to mean or to do. A bit more about each of these points before I get into the body of the paper. Regarding A, the kind of disagreements I have in mind and want to target are those that appear to be intractable, in which 2 or more parties are seemingly incapable of seeing eye to eye on some issue they take to be important. These are the kind of disagreements that can cause tension within communities while making it difficult for
And two theories real quick as the foundations of this concept, which are relational ontology and trauma theory. However, I'm not going to go very deeply into these theories at this point because of the time limit, but in my separate research, there's like a whole lot of research on this. So in the future, I hope that there will be chances to introduce them too. So as far as how relational ontology grounds it, Victor van der Hood rests on a relational understanding of the self. So from a relational ontological perspective, persons are not autonomous moral units whose identities precede their relationships. But identity is formed and reformed within networks of family, institutions, narratives, and power. Categories such as victim and offender are socially mediated roles, in part, shaped by cultural expectations and unevenly distributed recognition. And also, trauma theory deepens this account by showing how overwhelming experiences disrupt emotional regulations, perception, and agency. Trauma does not merely reside in memory, it alters how individuals relate to others and to themselves. When trauma is met with silence, stigma, or institutional failure, its effects are intensified. In such cases, harmful behavior may emerge not from malice, but from fractured attempts to regain control, recognition, or dignity. So together, these two theories explain why harm so often circulates rather than terminates. They illuminate how individuals or persons whose lives are shaped by intertwined vulnerability and agency. So now let me examine some of its implications. So first, conceptual ones. So the Victor van der framework reframes harm and responsibility by shifting attention from isolated individual acts to the interpersonal, communal, and structural context where they arise. It challenges the assumption common in legal and moral traditions that responsibility belongs solely to autonomous individuals whose actions can be assessed independently of the conditions that shape them. From an ethical standpoint, grounded in social responsibility, agency, and vulnerability are understood not as opposite, but as interconnected dimensions of human life. So within this frame, the familiar distinction between innocent victims and guilty offenders becomes unstable. Social norms and institutional narratives shape whose suffering is acknowledged and whose is dismissed, often rendering the experiences of those who have been endured and inflicted harm morally invisible. Their victimization is eclipsed by their wrongdoing, while their actions are interpreted without attention to histories of trauma, exclusion, or abandonment. So this concept makes this entanglement more visible by highlighting how harm is produced and interpreted within specific social environments. So rather than excusing violence or offense, the Victor van der framework broadens accountability by situating responsibility within both individual agency and the social forces that shape action. So ethical engagement thus requires remaining attentive to moral ambiguity and pursuing forms of repair that acknowledge both injury and obligation. So it calls for practices of justice that resist exclusion while fostering conditions where acknowledgement of harm and healing can emerge together. So furthermore, ethical implications. The Victor van der framework can have the potential to reshape ethical perceptions across social divides. So especially in unequal societies, when inequity is much more severe than others, marginalized groups are often viewed not merely as different, but as threats or burdens, while dominant groups position themselves as victims and cast others as moral offenders. So these views are reinforced through everyday interactions, media, political rhetoric, producing more moral asymmetries that erode empathy and legitimize exclusion. So this framework has a potential to disrupt this dynamic by naming the intertwined nature of harm and responsibility. So it challenges the binaries of innocence and guilt and calls attention to the relational and structural conditions that shape behavior. So it resists moral reductionism by holding accountability and vulnerability, and it fosters ethical engagement grounded in dialogue. Although having spaces for dialogue is not always possible, I think it's important for the parties involved when they're ready to participate in dialogue, and all other parties involved and community members can support like providing spaces for dialogue. So I will move on to some practical implications, and here I will turn my lens to how to think of justice. So the framework reshapes particularly how institutions respond to conflict, especially in contexts where harm circulates, rather than ending with a single offense. So it calls for moving beyond punitive paradigms toward approaches grounded in restoration. So instead of treating harm solely as a violation to be punished, it can be understood as a rupture in relationship that requires repair, especially when those involved cannot be clearly identified as innocent or culpable. So in such cases, retributive responses often deepen alienation, whereas restorative practices offer a relatively more constructive pathways, or it can complement the retributive system. So here, I would like to clarify that I'm not denying or diminishing the importance of criminal justice systems, and I am well aware of how it's been like traditionally very prevalent in our societies, and I'm aware of the effects of punishments as well. However, I think when punishments are the endpoints and the needs of each involved party is not addressed and listened, I think the conflicts will continue. So I always think that the dialogue between different areas like laws and, for example, restorative justice, like laws and ethics and like philosophy, and they have like cross academic dialogues together. So restorative justice is therefore especially suited to victor offender context. So by focusing on who has been harmed and what is needed for repair, it enables accountability without reducing individuals to their offense and helps institutions address the underlying causes of conflict. So applied in areas such as juvenile justice, migration policy, school discipline, and so on, restorative approaches better accommodate or complement the traditional approaches by holding by having broadened understanding of responsibility. And religious communities and other institutions can support this work by cultivating trauma-informed practices and spaces of reconciliation. So, and at its broadest level, the framework advances a vision of relational repair as a public ethic. So it shifts attention from individualized blame towards shared moral responsibility and collective healing. So whether in families, schools, faith communities, or neighborhoods, justice is measured not only by sanction, but by the restoration of relationships in ways that rehumanize all involved. So such an ethic requires institutions capable of sustaining the slow and exhausting work of trust building and accommodating moral complexity, where procedural justice alone can fall short. So victim offenders remind us that people often carry histories of both suffering and agency. So addressing conflict in diverse and unequal societies therefore demands an ethical framework capacious enough to hold both without simplification. And although I can't go very deep into this either because of the time limit, this framework serves the theological vision of shalom by naming the fractured realities that stand in the way of communal wholeness and the wholeness of all beings. So finally, I would like to apply this concept to migration context. So migration conflicts reveal the complex ways where harm and offense circulate between forced migrants and citizens. That's just one example I would like to articulate. So it offers a lens for examining these dynamics by showing how both groups occupy positions shaped by vulnerability and structural inequality and competing claims of accountability. So although people leave their homes for a lot of different reasons like coercion, danger, economic hardship, or aspirations for a better life, those who migrate under constraints often enter societies where they face legal insecurity, social marginalization, and ongoing discrimination. And in South Korea, for example, refugees, migrant workers, undocumented families, and other involuntary migrants frequently encounter racialized expectations tied to their country of origin and perceived economic worth, generating hierarchies that affect everything from employment to access to public services. So such structures construct migrants as outsiders, regardless of their actual circumstances. And even long-settled migrant communities may adopt these hierarchies when responding to newer arrivals. So the Victor Fender framework helps illuminate how both migrants and non-migrants can be drawn into cycles of mutual harm within these strained environments. So migrants who have suffered displacement, and exploitation may understandably struggle with anger, fear, or mistrust, which can complicate their relationship with host communities. And at the same time, citizens, especially those who feel economically insecure or politically overlooked, may interpret migrants as competitors for limited resources or as symbols of broader social anxiety. So these reactions can lead to exclusionary behavior, not out of malice, but from their own histories of marginalization. So seeing both groups as capable of being harmed and of contributing to harm does not erase the significant power disparities that migrants face. Instead, it encourages a more nuanced understanding of the reciprocal vulnerabilities that underlie migration conflicts. So I hope that the framework was helpful to understand these complexities, and so it leads us to think about the roles of all parties involved to meet the needs of each parties, like the roles of citizens or other community members, migrants, civil societies, governments, and religious communities. So it helps us understand our own accountability and the shared accountability of the civil society and the nation. So to conclude, once again, I really appreciate that you kind of listen to this new concept and ideas, and then I would love to listen to your own thoughts about it. And yeah, it's a working term that I've been working on. So yeah, so I look forward to our future conversation, even after today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lucy, for your presentation. Now, last but not least, it's time for Dr. Lina Matseda to deliver a presentation on theological contributions to strategic peace building. So, Lina, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Such a privilege to be with all of you. I want to start by sharing my gratitude to Professor Andrew Kwok and the whole team, Carrie and her team. They have been wonderful, especially to us coming from outside. I bring warmest greetings from colleagues at Duke Divinity, especially at the Center for Reconciliation, our team of students and colleagues. They are praying for us as we gather at this conference. What I want to share today are reflections based on my learning theology as somebody who comes from the study of politics, and also bringing that together with my experience doing peace building on the ground in a few countries of Latin America through different projects, working for the Human Rights Ombudsman in Peru, working for United Nations in Uruguay, working for other organizations, especially in the area of human rights in the context of significant atrocities motivated by politics. So this hopefully connects really well with things that have been already said this morning. And of course, yesterday, all the tensions, sometimes based on ideological reductionism or one dimensions, as was explained yesterday. I want to start sharing a blessing from our Lord Jesus of Nazareth, a blessing that I personally have found to be very real, not only for Christians, but for everyone working for peace in this world. And then talk a little bit about strategic peace building based on what I have discovered from practice. And this is what I have discovered. Maybe this is the best moment to mention that. Whether it was in the classroom or in practice on the ground, talking to victims and offenders, and like in Colombia, lots of victim offenders, I discovered that I was very well equipped technically and extremely unequipped of how to use very important resources that are transcendental. The way we typically learn peace is focused on the building aspect. So to building, you bring bulldozers, you bring cement, you create institutions that hopefully offer stability. I am not against that. But spirituality and recognizing the sacred, the presence of the divine in communities and in individual hearts, that's really messy. So how do we combine those things? And lots of experts are resistant. We should be technical and do the clean work as opposed to the messiness. And religion causes conflict. So why do we want to bring that into an area that is characterized already by conflict? But what I observed, and with colleagues from Peace and Hope International, discovered really many times, technical knowledge is not enough. We need to go beyond these established correlations into appeal to experiential, profound sources that we probably cannot put in an equation. And still, that's where people find the strength to get up the next morning after a massacre in their community. So I want to revisit strategic peace building from that perspective and talk a little bit about dimensions of peace engagement and, of course, what kind of peace we work for, especially when leaders of the world talk so much about peace in a very different sense from what peace building would invite us to consider. So from our Lord Jesus of Nazareth, who grew up under empire and whose life was threatened by violence and persecution from the very beginning, comes this blessing that those who work for peace will be called children of God. And this concept of peacemaking for people who have studied peace is too reductionist. We call peacemaking just is one of the engagements, typically the most brief one, right? We really are concerned about what comes to take us to peacemaking and then what happens after peacemaking. So I want to offer and to highlight that we probably need to consider a wider way, in a deeper way of understanding this blessing by going to the roots of what is this invitation to be involved in Eronopunoi, like creating, shaping something that is beautiful, that is helpful, that is very breakable. And that's why I offer you this image. I'm sorry. The concept of those who work for peace as people who are creating this extremely delicate work, many times a work of art. a work that requires skill, but especially a lot of patience. For those of you who are Christians, you probably remember the passage of Ephesians 2:10 that says that we are God's workmanship. And that idea could be also translated as we are humanity and people of faith, a poem of God. It's an artistic product. It's and we have been created by God for good works. And I want to relate this to the blessing of Jesus, that those who do the good work of creating something beautiful that contributes to peace in a multifaceted way, because peace requires so many layers of work. And some will work on restorative justice, and some will do the pastoral work and the counseling work, while others will do the institutional work, rather than looking down on other areas and excluding. Actually, my purpose is to highlight the importance of this dimension of the experiential, of sacredness in the lives of people who have suffered atrocities. So understanding this blessing as blessed are those who are the artisans of peace, or as we like to say in Spanish, those who cultivate peace, talks about this creative, skillful, but especially patient work. That it's done through cultivating dialogue, inclusion, truth-telling and memory, seeking reparation, pursuing justice, because from what I have seen, impunity is the first enemy of forgiveness. How can we invite people who are survivors of atrocities to forgive when they see that those in power get away with it? But that requires giving time to the peace process, right? Many times we cannot do everything at the beginning, and it's a delicate balance between what is possible in moral horizons of the just peace that we seek. And in reconciliation, certainly we can see it as the supreme goal, but I would like to argue that there is a dimension that reconciliation actually is more like the foundation throughout the process. It's what allows us to do this patient art. So Artisans of Peace captures this more lived communal work of shaping peace, knowing that it can break very easily. Glenn Stassen, in his book, Just Peacemaking, Transforming Initiatives for Justice and Peace, frames peacemaking as a set of practices that could be read as transformative initiatives that require intentionality and skill, and aligns with this idea that peace is something crafted, something delicate, and something that brings beauty to communities that have experienced so much evil and ugliness in their lives. Walter Wink also interprets the Beatitudes as this expression of a radical call to be different. And in this sense, being different means embracing nonviolence. He stresses that peacemaking is not passive, as Dr. Colon Emerick highlighted this morning, but it requires imaginative, skillful action. So a concept that is a lot closer to that of artisans or cultivators of peace. Jean-Paul Lederach, dear professor, known by many of you, I'm sure, in the moral imagination, explicitly uses the language of artisanship in peace building, describing peacemakers as creative artists who weave relationships that have been destroyed, pulled apart, and try to put together weaving, like arpilleras from Latin America, this idea of putting together the weaving of reconciliation, what makes possible reconciliation. Okay, I am going to skip a few authors, but I didn't want to skip Pope Francis. And Fratelli Tutti speaks of peace as something crafted daily, en lo cotidiano, how we live day by day. So you see, and I don't want to take away anything from technical peace building, The argument I'm trying to make is that the best expression is when we match technical peace building with an open invitation to open our spiritual eyes and ears to see how the divine is present in the lives of survivors and of victim offenders. So strategic peace building from this more theological lens could be defined as the long, faithful labor of healing the world, especially from starting in the communities. A spirit-led weaving together of relationships, but also institutions in communities so that some dimension of justice, we know we will not reach perfect justice in this world, but that does not mean that we have to give up on justice, right? So some dimension of justice, hopefully a very good doses of mercy in human dignity can take root. It also can be described, of course, in more technical ways as the comprehensive long-term approach that seeks to prevent the violence from taking place. It seeks to reducing and transform violent conflict by addressing its underlying structural, relational, and cultural drivers. And it is very important to recognize that the best strategic peace building is the one done at the grassroots level. And this is, I think, a key difference between what we technically call peacemaking versus peace building. Most times, peacemaking is the agreements that high-level representatives from the warring groups come together and negotiate an agreement. But the actual work of cultivating peace really happens at the grassroots level. So rather than focusing only on crisis response, strategic peace building integrates violence prevention, conflict transformation, very much in the line of what Professor Carl was talking about a few minutes ago. That doesn't prevent disagreement. Actually, conflict that is nonviolent is not always good, but it isn't always bad either. In the face of injustice, we want to cause a little trouble, not just remain silent and hidden, but actually engage the possibility of transformation through raising conflict that is nonviolent in nature. Also, a very important dimension of strategic peace building is post-conflict recovery and as a continuous process aimed at strengthening just and resilient social, political, and economic structures. So the strategic peace building as a continuous process includes this ongoing, right? For those of us trained in Western universities, we think very linearly, but talking to people of indigenous communities throughout Latin America, what I have found is that it's extremely helpful to consider how they think. And please tell me if in Asia, maybe this is true as well. But there is this more circular way of doing things and ways of framing things in their minds as constantly going from violence. Applied to peace building would be from violence prevention to conflict transformation to post-conflict recovery that includes reparations, seeking justice, and strengthening just and resilient structures, back to violence prevention, because when we push for justice, there may be a strong reaction from those with more power and those who are armed. So there are different dimensions of peace engagement. We'll save that for the book since I am running a little bit against time. But I do want to mention conflict transformation as part of peace building because it's a paradigm started mostly by John Paul Lederach, but now with different approaches around the world, that it's inherently different from conflict resolution. So peacemaking, the language of peacemaking is very much a conflict resolution language, while peace building embraces more conflict transformation, which it's not against resolving conflict, of course. Wonderful when we are able to solve key issues and find some degree of agreement on things that are relevant to daily life. But especially conflict transformation it's very interesting in looking at the roots of the conflict and how systems and subsystems are preventing people from living with one another in nonviolent ways. So it seeks to promote change through truth-telling, seeking healing, embracing this non-equational truths of the sacred in our lives, in the lives of communities. And with this, I am clearly going beyond Christianity. Of course, my language is more biblically informed, but I am convinced that God has revealed God's self throughout the world, and there are these spiritual resources that can certainly be identified and peace building can collaborate with. Please be careful. I am not saying that peace building can use or utilize, but in collaboration with the spirituality of people. So conflict transformation invites parties to transform the quality of the interaction of the parties, whether these are individuals, families, rival groups, nations, seeking to empower the parties in a way that they can grow in their self-awareness. And this identifies their own responsibility in the conflict. And something really interesting is that typically as our self-awareness grows, our self-centeredness decreases. We are less self-absorbed when we stop to think, what our contributions, whether in words, behaviors, have done to deepen the conflict. And also conflict transformation seeks to improve and increase our capacity to recognize the other as part of one humanity. And that's easy for me to say. And I imagine how hard it would be right now for somebody in Ukraine to recognize the full humanity of Russians, not every Russian, but people who support the regime and the people leading this war, and same thing in the Holy Land. I could say the same thing in my own home country of Peru. So this takes, as I was saying at the beginning, a lot more than just equations and technical knowledge. To see the humanity of the other requires many times a miracle from God. The sacred presence of the divine in humanity that carries the image of God becomes a key element of peace building and conflict transformation, not just something for people to do behind closed doors in their own private time. What we are seeing by learning and trying to apply this is that there is this inverse relationship as we try to contribute to more increasing our self-awareness and increasing our recognition of the other, growing in empathy in more psychological terms, growing in our understanding and being more open to the miracle of forgiveness. That goes in reverse relationship with closed-mindedness, diminishing that one dimensionality that yesterday one of the speakers was highlighting, Professor Levi Pandron. And this leads also to less complicity and therefore less impunity, which again, in my modest opinion, is a huge obstacle to genuine peace. So what kind of peace, coming back to the blessing of our Lord Jesus Christ, using shalom as this deep, complex, holistic way of understanding living in peace means, and my time is up. Okay, so I will close with this. Living in peace means paying attention to the conditions, exactly as the professor was saying, to the conditions in which humans and all of creation are growing. When we push people into a pressure cooker, what can we expect of them? To act like angels? We are creating demons. So this is a calling to embrace this much more deeper way of understanding the calling to peace as a responsibility that is eminently collective, in a particular calling for the body of Christ. I'm going to close. There is no time to do a little more, but let me just close because this connects, I think, really well with our keynote address earlier today. This prayer is attributed to Saint Oscar Romero, and he talks about pastoral work. I would like to adapt the very last sentence, particularly to this kind of work as artisans or cultivators of peace, that it will be always incomplete in human hands, but it is a beginning. It is a step along the way, an opportunity for the Lord's grace to enter and do the rest. We may never see the end results, but it is the difference between we artisans of peace that are basically broken vessels carrying this beautiful treasure, as Corinthians says. We are just the workers, the peasants, the cultivators of the soil, and just the builders, but the Lord is the master builder. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Lina, for your presentation. And now the floor is open. It's the Q&A session. Okay, so I can see the hand of Levi. Okay.
Thank you, all three of you, for these very enriching and fruitful contributions to this conversation. I think my comment slash question is directed more towards Ishio. I think this idea of Victor Fender is very powerful. It reminds me, as you were beginning your talk, I'm reminded of the fact that the term PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, came from psychologists studying veterans of the Vietnam conflict in the United States. And I think that's a very poignant example of this case of Victor Fender, because obviously these men who came back were deeply victimized by what they experienced. But we know colonially what they were doing in Vietnam was also inflicting harm and suffering, even though they weren't intentionally necessarily doing so. I think the kind of examples you could raise with this are multiple, and it would be very insightful to extend these. This leads to another thought, though, which I think connects especially towards Professor Nina's comment at the very end. This challenge, which I think Christian ethics contributes to ethical discourse in a way much more insightful than philosophy ever can. I say this, this is somewhat bold of a statement to make, but the fact that philosophical ethics tries to do what's right, assuming that it can always be done. But when we have a Christian view of the world and we recognize the sinful fallen nature, we end up with this paradox that we're called to do what's right, knowing that we can't perfectly. And I think that this kind of notion of Victor Fenderhood really kind of gets into this, that we can reasonably talk about people as being both agents of harm, but also victims of harm, without reducing it to a binary of who's right and who's wrong. I think this is a very important insight that much of philosophical ethics struggles with, because we often want clear binaries, which Christian tradition kind of helps us to avoid.
Or do you want to collect questions first? Thank you so much, Levi, for your insights. And then I too agree that there are different functions that philosophy and ethics can make, although they're deeply connected. And I also kind of, a lot of times I struggle like how to utilize like philosophy in my work, and it's not always easy. And yesterday, Professor Liu, I remember, talked about the three layers of peace studies, like peace research, education, and activism, right? And then Similarly, philosophy can provide very profound foundations in my work, but ultimately my heart goes out to those who are actually vulnerable in life. So sometimes it's really hard to make a balance between those two, and they can complement each other. But I also appreciate that there are ethics, and especially Christian ethics, the contribution that it can make. And also, I really appreciate your comments, remarks. Thank you.
Okay, Baldwin, yeah.
Thank you. I have a question for Professor Hildebrand. So, thanks for your analysis of the idea of forgiveness and the comparison with the Christian account and the Russia's account. I think your story of the Jack and Susan vividly showed the conflict between people with different political standpoints. And usually in this case, from a political philosophical perspective, we usually think about toleration, that how the Republican and Democrat tolerate each other. Yeah, even you say bad words, I tolerate you. But then what do you think about that? Is there any difference between toleration and forgiveness? I think there's some difference between it because forgiveness seems to demand something more. But if forgiveness demands something more, so you have to love others, then how to do it if we are in deep disagreement? How to do it if toleration is so difficult already? Yeah, then how do we forgive each other? A Democrat and Republican, how can we forgive each other? And if we can do this, what forgiveness could offer more than tolerance, to the extent that that's why we should go for forgiveness instead of just staying at the stage of toleration. Yeah.
So that's a great question. Yeah, so part of me just wants to say, well, that's why I got, Christian at the end. We need help, right? But I think, I guess maybe that's, but sort of, less humorously like that. That is why I think forgiveness is, it's something deep and demanding. And I think it involves like a stance of goodwill. I'm not familiar with the discourse on tolerance, but there's a lot of distance there, and possibly indifference. It's just kind of like, well, it's kind of like agreed, coexistence. But I think the position that I'm advocating for wants to say no, like it's a stance of goodwill towards the other, seeing the other as another self, and then being willing to actively work together and move past something as well, I think, because tolerance to me seems like you haven't gotten past something, right? Whether it's, the wrong in question or whether it's, the point of disagreement. But it's kind of like a sort of shifting of focus, and that like psychologically that allows you, or that is just a part of, alongside the stance of goodwill, enables you to constructively work together and kind of move past that. And I guess in that sense, thinking of different types of relationships, I think that's the sort of thing that personal relationships require, is that stance of goodwill. And so perhaps what I'm arguing is that, and that is, love, whether it's, friendship or, like a kind of like a marriage kind of relationship, like you have to get past things and take a stance of love and goodwill and work together, right, to move forward. And maybe I'm saying these kinds of political relationships are a little bit more like that than we might suspect, or we might, otherwise think. We need more than just tolerance. It's kind of, very distant and indifferent, So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's what I have in mind. I think that's the kind of account that I'm kind of the direction I'm going. Yeah.
Could I offer a complementary perspective? Thank you so much. First, I think we should not have to forgive people who disagree with us, particularly in politics, because no one really knows really how to fix things. But there are certainly, each person will have their political preference. The problem is that abuse of power creates this deep conflict when we disagree politically, right? But in general, I think political disagreement. It's actually the very definition of democracy, right? There would not be democracy without political disagreement. And then we go and vote non-violently. We decide for a limited time who will be leading, and then we have expectation that we'll do a better job next time and get our people, our positions elected, right? Like that's the logic of democracy. The problem is abuse of power that then makes, if we disagree on politics, and I am on the side of those who are abusing power, that creates more than moral harm, can create a lot of different harm. But really, the other consequence that I see when there is abuse of power is that, and hopefully you don't see this here, but elsewhere, plenty of this, is that the political dimensions are immersed in everything in life. Now, even where you go to a concert has political implications, right? And that is really detrimental, in my opinion, to collective life. You should know who I vote for, and I should know who you vote for. We vote differently. That still doesn't mean we should not be friends. We should not find common ground so that we can work to address a common problem that we observe. But when we allow politics to penetrate everything in our lives, it creates especially I think this happens when there is abuse of power, when those in power politicize everything, not giving us a space even to decide whether we wear a mask or not.
I think if I'm allowed to kind of come back again, I think there's something in that as well that I see. It's sort of like an identity thing. And so at the risk of over idealizing it, again, what I'm trying to say, and I think we probably agree on, is that like there's this kind of higher order identity that we share, and it's a matter of kind of redirecting, towards that, right? In sort of my paper, it's humanity. It's like super general, right? But it could be, as like fellow members of a community, and instead of this kind of pulling away, and that's what. That's sort of the kind of the movement of love as opposed to just mere toleration. Because toleration implies, even like the language, like conceptually, it implies that there's a difference, right? Whereas love, I think, kind of moves towards the sameness or difference amid sameness, but we need to unpack that more. But thank you.
Thank you all for your presentations. I have a question to Dr. Nina Balmaceda about something that comes to my mind when I'm thinking about the role of women in the Christian community. There has been a discussion about role of women in the Catholic Church, but specifically about in the context of this peacemaking process. Some people say that there is a special genius of the feminine genius in some aspects of reality that perhaps men are not so capable of reaching certain goals. And I was wondering, would you say, is there a special, is this kind of special genius or some special vocation of women, or do you consider something like that? Like when listening to your talk, I was thinking about this kind of gentleness or kind of that obviously we can find in men as well sometimes. But do you think there is something specific for women in Christian communities to seek those peacemaking or becoming peacemakers, or is it just everyone can be, obviously, but do you think there's something more specific to this role of women in the Christian context?
Thank you, Father Wojtek. This is, I don't have any research on this or just an intuition. The way women are socialized in most of the world, we are taught to be the supporters. We are the people behind doing the work, like in most churches that I am familiar with in Latin America, men lead, and the women are doing all the work for them to be bright. So whether women want it or not, this socialization has contributed to women being always more ready to collaborate and to add more water to the big pot of soup so that the children in the community can be fed. because feeding children is a very typical women's responsibility. So I am inclined to say that it has more to do with that socialization. We are taught to be the little mummies when we are little and taking care of the little dolls, and then playing to be, I am president, I am the candidate, which is a more boys expected game, at least in my family. So it would be so interesting to see if we could bring a more spirituality of collaboration to the way we raise men and women. I can only expect that we will start to see the qualities of peace building that we all long for, of patience and collaboration and humility, like, well, I see these things this way, but how interesting from this other experience and this other religion, this other spirituality opens my understanding to this. A willingness to listen. I know women, at least in my country, we're always told that women speak too much. We talk too much. So we're always told, my dear dad, brilliant man, always told me, Nina, if you want to look intelligent, just shut up. So the listening capacity, I think, is something that we want to rescue, and so many women probably will publicly don't talk as much in listening. Is so important for peace building. So I would attribute it more to socializing than inherent gifts, but I am sure I do. I'm thinking right now of a female colleague who probably would have a much more beautiful argument in favor of more innate qualifications.
Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Yun and also Dr. Bamisida. I'll try to be quick. For Dr. Yun, I appreciate your point about this relational understanding of victimhood, and I think part of the problem we see a lot in the discussion of victimhood, perpetratorship, is they become identities, and that's why the perceived incompatibility. While in fact they are always relational, relative to particular others, whether they are perpetrators or victims, and also in relation to particular acts. So I'm wondering your attempt to have this new term of victor offender. Would you consider that it's possible to become also going in the path of identities? So it's just creating a new identity, whereas maybe we should emphasize more on talking about abuse of victimhood, or the problematic development of collectivizing victimhood. I think yesterday one of the talks was really about if entire nations see themselves as victims and uses this victimhood to justify further atrocities, that become very problematic. So I'm just wondering what you think about this possibility of your new creation becoming just another identity. For Dr. Bamisida, thank you very much for highlighting this creative aspect of strategic peace building. I think next time when I talk to my students about that, I would also highlight this creative aspect. So strategic is not just about thinking where you are in the wider network of peace builders. But I'm just thinking about the topic of your talk about theological contributions to strategic peace building. Whether in some contexts I can understand that drawing from these Christian resources is really drawing from the local conflict parties, what they already have. But in our part of the world, Christians are not majorities. And a lot of times we encounter this suspicion that when Christian peace builders go out, people suspect that, well, you talk about reconciliation, but actually you are actually talking about evangelization. So in that sense, would you agree that at times, so theological peace building would be strategically silent, as in not talk about Christian origins of certain concepts? Otherwise, it becomes a immediate stopper for conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. I'm sorry, I forgot. Martin, Dr. Martin, thank you so much for, no. Thank you so much for your remark. And it's a very important point that I agree that, and I intended that the way we understand either as victims or offenders, it's directly related to how we understand our vulnerabilities and accountability, and that eventually becomes part of our identity. I agree with that. But I think what's important, because identity involves like our self-understanding and plus the social roles we receive and our accountability, and such elements are all like included in our identity. However, I think such process has to be made as part of self-reflection rather than other people like giving that identity to others, because in that case, it could easily become a stigma. That kind of damages the person's ability to be like integrated into the society or be like active in society. So if such identities as victim, either victims or offenders or vulnerabilities or obligations related are imposed by others, I think it could be really dangerous. So I think this process should be done by the person himself or herself. However, that doesn't mean that that's like fixed. Those are fixed identities that dwell in the person and kind of hinder like anything. But I think that should be identities that help the person to grow, and it can form the person by recognizing what's in us. However, we move forward with that identity. So that's part of our self-understanding and self-formation. So afterwards, such identities can transformed into other types as well. So yes, it's part of our identities, and it could be. However, it doesn't mean that it's imposed by others or it's just fixed in us. Yeah, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, the question of the $1 million.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. Actually, I have been thinking a lot about this lately. Let me say that I believe that the witness of God's love in the planet is present way beyond Christianity. As a Christian myself, I find a very clear articulation in scripture, in the history, in the very broken history of the presence of Christians in this world. But clearly God was there before any Christian came to talk about God. And I think in the work, in the very delicate art of peace building, the creative work, the patient work, we should start by listening, by being genuinely curious and ready to learn and discover what we can see of the sacred presence of God in the lives of different communities, and be characterized by love and respect for other spiritualities. Now, with this, I'm not telling you that I really like all the spiritualities. I probably don't understand much of many spiritualities. So I'm not capable of assessing, or in some to me are really like, no thanks. But to start with a more respectful rather than with the typical historical way in which the gospel came to the Americas, for example. It came to my region of the world, Latin America, as telling the locals, you are inferior, you're ignorant, your knowledge is trash, and your gods are demons. So we'll kill you, we'll kill your books, we will destroy your knowledge, and let us present Christ to you in that way. Of course, I'm talking about two definitely very extreme expressions, right? I think the farther we can get from the latter, the better for our work of peace. But that doesn't mean that only our behavior will be, because I am convinced that we are called to be witnesses of God in this world. And some degree of articulation of our faith in respectful ways is always needed. Not in an imposing way, or this is the only truth, and everything they ever told your parents, your ancestors, whatever they told you, that's a lie, that's from the devil. But a way to articulate our faith in an unequivocal way that the blessing is here. For us, Jesus, Lord, is the embodiment of the sacred, of the divine. But that doesn't mean I hate you because you are not a Christian, or I think less of you as a human because you're not a Christian.
So thank you, Lina. And yeah, I'm sure we would like to continue our very constructive and meaningful conversation, but time is up. So I declare that the session 4 is closed. And thank you very much. And join me to give big hands to the presenters. So I would like to ask Professor Kwok, any announcement for our participants? No.
So for speakers and participants, okay, which we have invited to you to stay for lunch, then we have lunch box outside and you can enjoy it. And for other participants and students, and you may come back to the conference after the lunchtime. Okay, thank you.
So the next session will begin at 1:15. Yeah, so look forward to seeing you all again. Thank you.
For the HKPU student who want to get the CCL, please fill in the elaboration form and show that on the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Tagaho. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully you had a good lunch. I know conversation I heard was quite engaging and fruitful. Hopefully by the end of today, I think we'll all be tired, but that's the way these things go. But have a lot of good material to meditate and think about, take back with us. This afternoon, in this session, we will be discussing disagreement and peace. And we've got a very interesting panel of speakers this afternoon. You didn't come to hear me, so I will turn it over as quickly as I can. Our first speaker this afternoon is Professor Baldwin Wong from Hong Kong Baptist University. You've met enough of us, you know that he's one of the center here. So I'll turn it over to you, Baldwin.
Thank you, Levi. Good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Baldwin Wong, and I'm from Hong Kong Baptist University. So today I would like to talk about a paper called The Promotion of Oneness in Modern Pluralistic Society, a two-track model. So the presentation will be divided into three parts. First, I will talk about what is Confucianism and what kind of problems is facing nowadays and how it can contribute to modern politics. And then I will talk about a particular idea called oneness, which is a core idea in Neo-Confucianism. And I think this idea could make a significant contribution to the modern politics, but I shall suggest a model called two-track model to promote this idea. Okay, so first of all, what is Confucianism? I would like to introduce first my project, because this paper is actually a part of my bigger project. So my research question is about how a modern pluralistic society can have a good institution to address its conflict and how it can cultivate good citizens. So it's a bigger project. And a specific question is how Confucianism can contribute to it, how Confucianism can contribute to good politics in a modern pluralistic society that people disagree with each other, and what kind of ideas, what kind of good citizens that they can help to cultivate. So first of all, very quick background. What is Confucianism? So Confucianism is a religious and philosophical doctrine that has been influential in East Asia since for around 2,000 years. So a core idea of Confucianism is an ideal of virtue politics. That Confucianism is distinctive in believing that some kind of virtues like benevolence, ritual propriety, and filial piety, they should have a central role in politics. So there's a Confucian ideal of virtue politics. And this Confucian ideal has been connected with monarchy in a long Chinese history. But monarchy has formed in 20th centuries. And then a lot of different Confucian scholars try to revitalize this ideal in different approach. So in general, there are two approaches. There are two contemporary approaches of revitalizing this Confucian ideal of virtue politics. So first is the Confucian meritocracy. Some scholars like Daniel Bell, Tong Bai, and Qing Jian, they believe that, okay, virtuous politics should be implied in the case that virtuous people should have more political power. And that is why we should distribute more political power to some people that was widely regarded as virtuous. Such as, say, for example, Daniel Bell and Tong Bai would advocate for bicameralism with upper house formed by more virtuous people. So, and Confucian perfectionism, another approach, advocated by scholars like Joseph Chen, Sung Moon Kim, and Stephen Engel, they reject meritocracy, and they rather advocate for democracy, but they also believe that a government should use political power and subsidies and education to encourage people to pursue virtues. Say, for example, the government should provide tax exemption to some people who take care for their family members, because they exhibit the virtue of filial piety. Okay, so in my other works, I reject these two approaches. Say, I reject Confucian meritocracy in one paper by arguing that, okay, this set of criteria for selecting elite by virtues is inevitably controversial, that it is always controversial in a pluralistic society. So these standards would lead to conflict, and some group may be marginalized, and people become apathetic and even angrily resist. So, and also in another paper, I also reject Confucian perfectionism because the application and interpretation of these Confucian fair use, they would still be controversial in a pluralistic society. So the promotion of these fair use would therefore intensify the conflict between Confucianism and other prevailing religions and ideologies, such as Christianity and Islam. Okay, so these are my very quick summary of my two works, but then it leaves me two questions. Okay, I reject Confucian perfectionism, I reject Confucian meritocracy, but I still think that the Confucian ideal of virtue politics should have something to contribute in modern world, that some Confucian virtues will still be important. So this leaves me two questions. Is that, okay, what Confucian value should play a central role in modern politics? And the second question, how should this value be promoted in modern politics? Yeah. So I shall try to answer these two questions in the following two sessions. Okay, I want to focus on a core idea called oneness, 一体, in the Neo-Confucianism. I believe that this idea could play a significant role in modern politics because this can foster a society in which people live not only harmony with one another, but also in balance with animals and the natural environment. Here I shall introduce new terms here, Neo-Confucianism. So Neo-Confucianism refers to the Confucians in Song Dynasty and the Ming Dynasty. So this period of Confucianism is a bit special because at that time, before that time, Buddhism is actually more famous, more prevailing in East Asia. So in response to the challenge of Buddhism, Confucians have to get something new. That they have to introduce new metaphysical concepts and ethical ways of self-cultivation into the Confucian tradition. And one of the metaphysical idea introduced at that time is oneness. Yeah. So the idea of oneness means that we, and in particular our personal welfare or happiness, they are so closely connected with other people, creatures, and things. And it means that I can only achieve true happiness when other beings in the world are also happy. So other beings are not only some separate existence, they are part of myself. Yeah. Other people, other animals, other plants, they're part of myself. It means that my happiness is closely connected with their happiness, and their suffering is also connected with my suffering. So that's why I should adopt a less self-centered viewpoint to extend my sense of identity to include all living entities and pursue the common good. So this metaphysical will is, is frequently found in the writing of Neo-Confucians. That although some classical Confucian like Mencius, like Sun Tzu, they also talk about we should care for others, but they are mainly talking in an ethical sense. That only Neo-Confucians try to extend in a metaphysical perspective to say that we are not only morally required to care for others, but metaphysically we are together. So this can be shown in, say, for example, one of the Neo-Confucian writing from Jiang Zhai, the Western inscription, Ximing. So Jiang Zhai wrote that what fills the universe is my body, and what directs the universe is my nature. So all people are my brother and sisters, and all things my companion. So given this metaphysical will, those who are weary, infirm, crippled, or sick, those who are without brothers, children, wife, or husband, all these are my brothers, who are suffering distress and misfortune and have nowhere to turn. Yeah. So, and this similar idea of oneness can also be found in another Neo-Confucian, Wang Yaming. Wang Yaming also believes that what is the difference between the perspective of sage and the perspective of ordinary people? The perspective of ordinary people, they mainly care about self-interest. But the perspective of sage is that they regard heaven, earth, and all things as one entity. Yeah. So what I want to say is that this idea of oneness has two advantages in the policy making. Is that first, is that it shows a concern for disadvantage. That when making laws and policies, if someone can have this perspective of oneness, then the well-being of racial and sexual minorities would be taken into account. So this is quite interesting because this shows a quite progressive aspect of Confucian thought. When we talk about Confucianism, we usually think that it's conservative, it's tradition, it's so outdated. It seems to be about rituals, yeah? So no one talks about Confucianism nowadays. But if we take this idea of oneness seriously, then we find that Confucianism have something to say about racial discrimination, about sexual minorities, about some important problems that we are facing nowadays. And furthermore is that Confucianism, this idea of oneness, would also remind us the importance of animals and natural environment. That harmony should encompass not only about human relationship, but also our interaction with animals and the natural world. So that's why to achieve shared flourishing, people ought to move beyond anthropocentrism and to pursue well-being collectively with animals and nature. So this provides us a non-anthropocentric perspective in the law and policy making of modern politics. But this idea of oneness has a quite important characteristic, which is that it is hard to be proven in science. It's scientifically controversial. So some other philosophers also advocate for oneness. Say, for example, Philip Ivanhoe, one of the very famous Chinese philosophers, he also talked about oneness. But Ivanhoe believed that oneness can be scientifically proven, and I doubt it. I think that oneness is more like a kind of subjective experience, that you can't have science to prove that I really have a robust connection with the animals and nature and their suffering really affect me. So oneness is more like what I demand myself to think in terms of. Oneness is more like a perspective that I'm willing to take. But oneness should not be a kind of public reason that we expect all other people to share and that we justify law and policies that influence all citizens in a pluralistic society. Yeah. So it means that oneness should not be a ground of making laws and policy, but rather oneness should be a kind of direction of self-cultivation, that Confucians, they should eliminate their self-interest and to focus on the common good that encompasses the well-being of human, animals, and nature is something that I demand myself to think. Yeah. So with this characteristic in mind, then what I want to say is that this idea of oneness then plays two different roles in two levels. First is the political level, in the level of legislation and policy making. So oneness should serve as a guiding idea of Confucian politicians' personal conduct, that Confucians should cultivate self-discipline, to resisting the temptation of personal pressure, wealth, and fame. They should live a self-sacrificing life and to devote themselves in the pursuit of the common good. And they should also suggest laws and policy from the perspective of oneness. And this implies that in the political level, politicians should consider the disadvantaged group and also animals and also nature. So at this point, you can see there's something quite similar between this idea of oneness with the John Rawls difference principle. John Rawls famously mentioned that when we make decisions, we should always in advantage of those least advantaged group. So in this case, oneness is also talking about something similar. When you were the policy maker, you always consider those least advantaged group, those marginalized group. Yeah. But what I want to say more is that this Confucians supporters, suppose you were not in the role of policy makers, you were not in the role of legislators, then the ordinary citizens, the Confucian supporters, they should form private association to mutually encourage one another in the pursuit of oneness. They should strive to increase the public awareness of the well-being of animals and the natural environment, and also carry it in the family education. The family education should incorporate the concept of oneness to expand the moral concerns of future generations. So here you can see in the history, some Neo-Confucian really doing something quite similar like this, that in the Chinese history, there is a kind of association called community covenant, which is that several Neo-Confucian, they group together and then they mutually encourage each other in the moral cultivation. They confess to each other how I could do better, what moral wrongness I did. And this kind of moral group of pursuing virtues is something that Confucians try to group together and to exert their influence in the social level. Yeah. Okay, so here I would like to say that this two-track model somehow quite similar to other prevailing Confucian political theories, such as Confucian perfectionism, because Confucian perfectionism, the kind of perfectionist policy that I mentioned just now, that using subsidies and tax exemption to encourage others to pursue virtues, is like a kind of push strategy that you encourage people toward virtuous behavior by pushing their incentives, providing financial incentive, pushing them to be virtuous. Yeah, so it's kind of push strategy. And I would describe my two-track model as a kind of pull strategy. That I do not push you. That what I want to do is just to cultivate myself. It's just to improve myself. That oneness is not an ideal that the government try to promote to all people, push all people to pursue it. Rather, it's an ideal that I demand myself. The Confucian politicians or the citizen, they demand myself, and then they demand themselves. And then so long as the Confucian, they focus on continuously improving their virtues and to gradually attracting people to recognize the goodness of oneness, then they can have this kind of unspoken influence that naturally inspire change in others. So why I advocate for this pull strategy is because, just what I mentioned, that the Confucian meritocracy and Confucian perfectionism is problematic because they promote Confucian in a way that disturbs the peace of the society. That is controversial, and the Confucian government promote them, and this disturbs the peace. And this two-track model is rather a kind of peaceful way of improving the moral culture of a society. So the best moral outcome can be achieved not by not doing things to change others, but to focus on the virtuous development of myself. So that's why you can see numerous Neo-Confucian, like Jiang Zhai, like Wang Yaming, they're doing something like this, that I have a Confucian circle, these are my group, and we all want to commit to the oneness, and we demand ourselves, and then other people outside the circle, They will start to wonder, well, what are those kind of people doing? Why are they so ignoring their self-interest? Why are they so altruistic? That what is their world look? What is their worldview? What is their outlook? And then they may start to interested in oneness, so understand more about it, and then morally inspired to strike for it, and then gradually join the circle. So this is what Neo-Confucians thinking. They try to expand Confucian circle to the whole society through their moral improvement instead of the government power. So yeah, right. So this seems to be quite crazy because a lot of people may ignore you, just not change it. But interestingly, we can see some contemporary moral theories also thinking something quite similar. That, say, for example, the exemplarism suggested by Linda Sasavsky. Linda Sasavsky is exactly saying that the most effective way of moral education is by having a moral exemplar. That we have some people that we laterally admire and strive to follow, and then moral education is something from this moral exemplar. That moral education should not focus on rules and knowledge. That is not about rational persuasion, but rather it should start with exemplar. So this moral exemplar can exert a kind of exemplary influence on others to inspire people, and this leads to more robust moral cultivation to other people. Okay, so just a very quick conclusion for today. Okay, so my project is that I reject Confucian meritocracy and Confucian perfectionism, because the Confucian fair use should neither be a standard of selecting officers nor a good that is promoted by political power. So this comes to a problem that what Confucian fair use should play a central role in modern politics. I believe oneness, that which motivate people to get rid of self-interest and seek for a harmonious way to live with animals and nature. And the next question, how should this value be promoted in modern politics? I propose a two-track model, that in the political level, the politicians should use oneness to self-discipline, and at social level, Confucian normal citizens should form associations to promote oneness. And this form a kind of gradual influence to others, from the inner peace to a kind of outer harmony, by a kind of exemplary effect. Okay, and this is all of my presentation. I wish all of you enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wang. Next up, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Timothy Agarin from the School of History, Anthropology, Philosophy, and Politics at Queen's University, Belfast.
Thank you for this kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me over. I'm very glad to be here, and it's been very intense 1.5 days of listening to presentations out of a very different universe from my own, and this is by means of introduction. I do think that I work in a slightly different epistemic tradition from most of those who have presented so far, and much of what I do is looking at the reality of political institutions and political actors involved in violent conflict, or just coming out of the violent conflict situation. And my research looks at particular sets of institutions, elite behaviors, and options by which people can be in society, and elites can be encouraged to refrain from violence, or to refrain from return to conflict. Hence, my presentation is, as you will recognize quite quickly now, is nested within the context of comparative political science, and I have had to undertake considerable effort to translate that into a discourse that would be appreciated and understandable in this context. So this is why my conversation on my talk on the promise of political representation, as is advertised here, also requires a very brief introduction. I think what is important for you as my audience for the next 15 minutes to remember is in my personal work, in my academic work, I do look at cases where we do have violent conflict taking place, political parties representing usually conflicting segments of societies. These, therefore, need some kind of accommodation in the post-conflict setting within the either new restructured political institutions of the state or by some other means. And it is in this context that people working like myself in the tradition of ethnic conflict transformation would emphasize the importance of visibility of people who were in the past engaged in violent conflict. So hence, when I say the promise that wasn't, what is that promise? And the promise here that I'm focusing on is that of representation of all people who were engaged in violent conflict in the past, bringing them into new political frameworks where they and their followers would feel that they are being heard, they're visualized, they're visible, so that they don't feel that they need to return to violence. So that is the pretext for all of this. And again, where does it take us from here? When we think in comparative political studies about representation, what we would tend to emphasize is that there are two different arenas where representation takes place. It is in the parliamentary arena that political studies usually would look at primarily. That is where political parties, elected representatives would stand in for their constituents, those who have elected them to represent their views. At the same time, there is an electoral arena where there is a competition between individual people for votes of their constituents. So those who get most votes will be sitting eventually in the parliament or in other state institutions after the conflict, therefore representing people. So central to all of this is the idea that a group will become visible, but there is no consensus what is actually being visualized there. And across different debates in conflict transformation, we do see that that it could be the citizenry body of people in the state that would be visualized in parliamentary arenas, for example, or as owners of the state. And therefore, it is their preferences that should be acted upon within the context of formal political institutions. Whether another interpretation would be, or is available also across the broad range of research, that it is citizens as a political community that ought to be represented in new political institutions following the settlement of conflict. And in that context, we do refer to, or the scholars in my field refer to, citizens who choose whom they want to see as their representatives and who would they entrust with making decisions on their behalf, that we would see and focus upon. These are political elites, political parties that would fall decisions on behalf of the political community as such. Think about divided societies where we do have prescription of collaboration in government as an example here. Alternatively, there is a political community as a set of subjects of the state that are visualized in a set of political institutions that are erected after a conflict. And that is, again, we're primarily focusing on elected politicians who will have considerable autonomy to make decisions on behalf or as representatives of their constituents, but would have very little, would experience fairly little control from their electorates about what they decide upon and what they do. And ultimately, there is also an approach in this comparative studies of conflict that prioritizes the perspective on the states as agents in conflict transformation, states as objects of transformation where state institutions are being transformed. But ultimately, it is states as global players that would need to interact with each other and constitute an international environment in which conflict transformation will be possible. Well, I realize that we are in a world now where this is increasingly questioned, but that is at least what comparative political studies have been studying for the past 70 years. So all this by means of introduction to suggest to you that ultimately what we are concerned in political studies, what we're concerned with in political studies is this question of representation, and that is in specific terms is who is being represented, what is being represented, and what is representable ultimately. And in all of these questions, there is this question, the sub-question is whether we can think of representative democracy or any other form of political regimes as something not instrumental. Because ultimately it is representation, making communities, making states, making elites visible stakeholders of decision-making process that is ultimately put into place in order to halt a conflict, in order to encourage followers of these political elites to disengage from violence, to not return to violence, in a sense, contribute to conflict transformation. And in a way, thinking about representation, scholarship very often falls back onto this, well, age-old now, Hannah Pitkin's idea, the concept of representation, the book from 1967, where she distinguished between symbolic, formalistic, descriptive, and substantive representation, and that is, in the very nutshell presentation of that, is someone standing in for a group of people as a symbolic representation, formalistic in that sense, descriptive, so someone of a specific identity group representing a specific identity group or electoral segment in society, and substantive representation type where we can ask ourselves a question about whether or how do people represent or convey concerns of their electorates, regardless of whether they share similar identities or not. Now, a lot of scholarship has been built upon this, but what is crucial for me in my suggestion to you to consider representation more seriously and question the promise of representation as a way of resolving or addressing conflict is that very often a neglected part of this conversation about representation is that we forget the fact that who is representing someone and what they stand for is ultimately a process of negotiation between both the electors, the followers, and the leaders at the same time. So it is a constitutive process where both the group that is being represented, the problem that is being fought over violently and later, hopefully not violently in political institutional context, and solutions that are being proposed, they're all up for negotiation. So how does that come about and why it is important? Well, there is essentially one liner to suggest why this perspective is pertinent and important for us to consider in conflict studies or in thinking about conflict transformation, and that is of a process of representation. Because in the process of representation, ultimately it is the loudest voice that might silence the not so loud voice. It's the majority of people signing up to a particular interpretation of a conflict and conflict goals that might silence the minority, and so on and so forth. And therefore, a democratic decision-making process, the politics in post-conflict societies will ultimately be a decision-making process about who gets what and how. And that is important in the context of thinking about conflicts that involve actors with strong views on their own and other group identities, because ultimately to accommodate those group-based conflicts, group-based sensitive institutions would need to be put in place, such as we do know that most of the states around the world constructed around the idea of national states, so there is an ethnic community that owns that state. There are ideas around power sharing where multiple ethnic communities would own the state. There are forms of different power sharing arrangements, some of which we might hear about in a second. And in all of these, what we do recognize as scholars of conflict, political conflict, is that ultimately individual-based conflicts that underpin violence prior to conflict resolution, conflict settlement, are usually translated into the political arena after the conflict. So rather than looking at this particular graph, what I seek to illustrate is that there are certainly different groups that might be represented by different parties in the formal political parliamentary arena, but they would still be referring to their particular specific constituencies whose interests they would claim to stand for. So it is parties and political elites in general that are cognizant of structures and political opportunities out there in reformed and in pre-reformed states that choose preferences of their followers on which they can and will emphasize in order to ensure their own leadership, so act as representatives. They adjust their claims, their political statements to appeal their followers and aggregate their preferences, bringing them into the public sphere where they would act as antagonistic representatives of a group against another group. So this ought to emphasize one important take-home message from all of this, that even when the conflicts are over, even if we create political institutions that are cherished as more inclusive than in the past, indeed, we still have to deal with those political leaders, political elites that will follow the logic or the rationality of serving their own constituents in the first instance, serving their own personal interest in the second instance, and then doing so by playing the rules, following the rules of the institutional game that has been established. And why this is important in the context? Well, because ultimately it is the parties that create governments, it is political parties that vie for representation in both arenas, in the electoral, when they appeal to their followers, but also when they enter government coalitions and make decisions on behalf of their voters that will affect all residents in the political, well, all members of the political community, all residents of the country. And ultimately, it is these people, parties and elites that would need to present their own agenda or their own personal agendas as if these were the agendas of their followers. And in order to get there, most political parties, as we agree in the study of conflict, very often follow the logic, the hard rationality that they would want to compete for their voters and as such also outcompete their intra-ethnic competitors in order to establish themselves as the best representatives of their communities. Hence, they are very likely to be uncompromising in their interactions with cross-ethnic relations in politics, in parliamentary politics, for example. That problem of a limited preparedness for compromise that is embedded in the logic of conflict transformation and very often reproduce institutional designs of post-conflict polities is also compounded by a logic of party politics where we do know that parties seek to consolidate their leadership over in their communities, not only for the sake of getting to represent their voters or their followers better, but because they are ultimately also interested in their personal survival. Political parties are interested in their personal survival, or in their survival, organizational survival. But also leaders in those parties are interested in being re-elected eventually. This brings me to a very sobering aspect of this discussion about conflict and peace building that I think chimes also well with what we have heard across the past few panels. And that is, of course, we do need to tackle the question of what happens with in different societies once the conflict is burning. But what do we want to achieve once conflict ends? Very often thinking about specific arrangements and specific forms of institutional accommodation of conflicting parties limits themselves to the view that we should enshrine the party-based or democratically elected representation of democratically elected representatives in a formally democratic political environment. But even there, as we know from different strands of scholarship on research in either conflict transformation, institution building, political representation, there are limits to what it is possible to represent and what those representatives will be doing once they're elected by democratic means in such post-conflict circumstances. So on the one side, even liberal democratic states and liberal democratic contexts, as I note here, are recognized to offer incomplete or picture what representation is. So therefore, it is challenging to speak of liberal democratic representation as an ideal in itself, and it's even harder to speak of it in the context of post-conflict societies for two reasons. One is because the party or parties as organizations representing different conflicting segments in society emerge to dominate the political process that brings in a unique dynamic of elite-driven peace building on institutional consolidation, with the consequence that it is likely that the majority or numeric majority in segments that were competing and fighting previously would be also translated into their political power after the conflict is set. And the second logic that is underpinning that as well, that cooperation between ideologically similar aligned elites would also be less possible if these elites are ethnically or segmentally divided. So we do observe that from the scholarship on party politics. At the same time, when we look at what this dynamic of or this preference for majoritarian systems creates, and that it implicitly marginalizes so-called minority or non-dominant communities in society without further accommodation to them. And it also encourages people who are of non-dominant background or do not belong to a dominant segment after the conflict to realign with those on the dominant side. So it is parties and representatives of dominant groups that would seek to reach out to so-called minority voters and poach them, creating and sharpening, again, the divide between segments in societies that have been engaged in violent conflict. So, and out of this, we again return to the post-conflict situation and the taking into account the lessons from representation debate and party politics competition, interethnic competition and party politics debates in political science, where we can confidently say that establishing post-conflict post-conflict institutions that are sensitive to identities of those groups that were involved in conflict does not resolve the conflict. It doesn't create conditions for inter-ethnic cooperation. Rather, that reproduces conditions that were dominating the violence and brings them into political competition, sometimes successfully discouraging groups from violence, not at all times, but it at all times recreates the dynamics between the dominant and non-dominant groups in societies and translates them into political competition, which, absent incentives for cross-segmental cooperation and representation of minority groups, will silence out the non-dominant groups, their preferences, their concerns, and ultimately marginalize them in the political process. It will make them ultimately as invisible as they were in the past, in the post-conflict settings as they were in the conflict setting. Now, on the schematic scheme, this would look like this. So we do have ultimately different groups that make the different claims, but these claims always map onto some kind of a group-based identities that are have been politically mobilized, and they also reflect in a context of political institutions. Now that I'm running out of time, I will just leave you with a reminder where we are with all of this, why this is important from my perspective for this conversation here. And first and foremost is because in the context of political representation and post-conflict settings specifically, we tend to find contexts in which social identities are made politically relevant entities with attention to electoral rules and types of representation by parties and candidates that we are likely to see the reproduction of conflict rationale also in post-conflict settings. Now, secondly, this conflict-based rationality has also is very often recognized. They have been bred by systemic inequalities and underrepresentation in the visibility of some groups and some interest in formal political process. And therefore, where I would like to return to the topic of all of this conference is that it is the marginalization and inequalities across societies. They do breed conflict, that they also breed appreciation of one's own identities that are ultimately then reinscribed into political institutional process. And this is why when the promise of post-conflict institution building is circled around representation of groups, it doesn't bring solution to conflict dynamics. It tends to reproduce it very often. And there are multiple ways, electoral, representative, and even ideational, that reflect both on the democratic, liberal, and electoral politics that we see that reproduce the conflict logics. I know I'm late, so I'll just say thank you, and we'll be open to your questions later.
Thank you, Dr. Agarin. Our last speaker for this panel, this session, is Professor Madhav Joshi from my alma mater, University of Notre Dame, from the Kroc Institute for International Peace Studies and the Peace Accords Matrix. Please, Professor Joshi.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting, in this very complex conference for me, just to understand, different disciplinary perspective. Because as a work, what I do is collect data on how peace agreements are negotiated, what they negotiate and implement, quantitatively approaching, trying to find the generalizable pattern that can be useful for policy and practice. So last couple of days has been really heavy. There is a lot of things that I need to process going forward, and also a lot of insights that I can actually use in my work when I interact with the stakeholders and practitioners on the field. So what I'm planning to do here is give you over 16 years of my research in peace accords metrics. Just walk you, through the process, what we do as a research program, how we use the data, for research and then for practice. So please bear with me as I go through this process. So, let me give you, I'm trying to communicate two things here in this particular graph. One is, as you can see, since the end of the Second World War, number of armed conflicts are on the rise. So as of today, at least 58 different intra-state armed conflicts are there. As you can see in the red line there, the another one is the how many peace agreements were negotiated since the end of the Second World War. And as you can see, in the last 15 years or so, the number of peace agreements negotiated to end those wars are in decline. So we have more wars, but less peacemaking efforts, right? So you can see that there is a clear pattern here. So the peace process actors, mediators, and stakeholders, they can learn on how to resolve these conflicts from other peace processes. And that's exactly what the peace accords metrics aim to do. So we collect data on how parties negotiate successful peace agreements, how they implement, and then what are the general rules and patterns that the other parties can use from the experience of other conflict and peacemaking process, so that they don't have to repeat the mistakes that the others were making in their peacemaking and peace-building efforts. So with that, let me walk you. So my outline for presentation is that we'll give you a brief introduction about the peace accords metrics, and then key research findings, because whatever we do in terms of the practice is backed up by empirical research, and the insights that I'm going to share is published in peer-reviewed journals, that are ranking in the field of political science and international relations and peace building. And then our ongoing work, the real-time monitoring in Colombia and Mindanao, that we have been intimately involved during the negotiation process and also after the negotiation in the peace implementation process. And then how peace accords metrics as a resource can be helpful to inform ongoing peace processes around the world. And if we have time, then I would like to share some insights that are general, and then also specific to the negotiation process and also the peace implementation process. So we focus only on civil wars or intrastate armed conflict. And the peace accords metrics collects a huge database. It's actually the only one project out there collecting data on how the peace agreements are implemented. So in this project, we do have, the database is recently updated with 42 comprehensive peace agreements negotiated since 1989. And as part of that 42 comprehensive peace agreements, we also have a data of 185 peace agreements that were negotiated prior to those comprehensive peace agreements, and 85 peace agreements that came after negotiating the comprehensive peace agreement. The idea is that there is a long path to go to the comprehensive peace agreement, and even after you reach to the comprehensive peace agreement, you have a lot of negotiation left for the parties to resolve as part of the implementation process. And we examine individual peace accord within 51 different categories of provisions. Provisions are discrete policy reforms and initiatives. One of the provisions can be representation. The provision can be the power sharing arrangements and so on and so forth. And we collect qualitative data, meaning we define the implementation as a discrete event happening. If someone is implementing something, you should be able to see three things happening: whether the implementation for the provision is actionable or not, and then whether it is observable or not, and whether it is measurable or not. So that means we weed out all the craps, the subjective aspirational goals that also becomes part of the peace agreement, but you have no way to understand. So for example, one quick example can be parties will work toward democracy. Now, I don't know how to understand democracy, right? Because you don't know, what are the actionable things the parties will do, how you measure that, how you observe that, so on and so forth. But we focus only on those actionable commitments that are in the peace agreement. And we use that qualitative information to understand whether the peace accord, the provisions are implemented at the minimum, intermediate, or full, or nothing has happened as part of the implementation process. And we follow the implementation at the level of provision for up to 10 years. And the reason for 10 years is, in democracy, especially in the survival of democracy, I'm political scientist, trained as a political scientist, and then comparative politics background, you know whether the democracy is consolidated or not after 2 electoral cycles, which is usually 10 years, right? So that's why after 10 years, it becomes difficult for us to understand whether the reforms taking place as part of the peace agreement or something else, or normal part of the political process. That does not mean that the implementation does not happen after 10 years. In Northern Ireland, parties are still talking about the implementation of Good Friday Agreement. In the Bansimoro peace process, we are actually involved right now, which was negotiated in 2014. It means they already have passed the 10-year mark, right? And our data, the beauty of our data is, it is empirically reviewed, published in peer-reviewed journal, and then available both in qualitative and quantitative format for everyone to use. It is publicly available resource. So just to give you how the parties can use the peace accords metrics data. So for up to 10 years, I'm trying to give you some sense of, it collects, this graph uses data for all 42 comprehensive peace agreement and compares, the 2018 peace agreement in South Sudan with the one that they reached in 2015, and with the one that they negotiated in 2005, and with the rest of the peace accords around the world, right? You can see exactly how the implementation is going on for that particular peace agreement. But this is at the very abstract level, at the agreement level. Then you would be able to boil down at the level of provision, the red is the parties are falling behind compared to other peace processes. And then the green is where the parties have exceeded the expectation for that particular mark, right? Here the data is for last year, and you would be able to see that why there is so much trouble in South Sudan right now is because the parties are simply not able to keep up with the pace of implementing the peace that was negotiated in 2018. So this is also the way, how you can use the data. and how parties would be able to put the, the implementation process in comparative perspective. So the key research findings, I'm trying to here divide the entire body of Peace Accord metrics research into three concrete themes. One relates to the content of the comprehensive peace agreement itself, like what parties actually negotiate. On average, individual peace agreement contains about 23 peace accords, even if we monitor 51 different provisions negotiated in the accord. So the high-level finding that we have here is, because we focus only on the post-Cold War period, most of the peace agreements, they have a lot of liberal peace-building provisions, right? It's that's the one of the findings. Another finding is there is, over time, the peace agreement are not only about the DDR issues, they have a lot of social peace provisions, meaning, they have a provisions about citizenship reform, cultural rights, representation, the change in the language, so on and so forth. But ultimately, if you look the implementation patterns, then the parties implement the security-related provisions more quickly than the social, peace-related provisions. So that's the paradox there. Even if they negotiate social provision more frequently, the focus has, been more on the security aspect of the peace agreement. And then also the one pattern that we were able to detect, was out of 42, there are only 10 peace accords that talk about women's rights. But then, lately the women's rights provisions are more frequent in the peace agreement. That is, another finding. The latest paper that I published with Roger McGinty, is about how the peace agreement can actually be a tool for state making or state building, and use the data from the comprehensive peace agreement that we collect, and also the data that we collect as part of our project from Colombia on how these provisions talk about different aspects of state building. What are the institutional reforms happening? What are the security reforms happening? What are the governance reform? And also, what are the roles for the international actors as part of that process? And then, basically how you reform the state, including how you redress the underlying minority grievances in a society. So the second focus of the project is what are how the implementation. Why parties need to focus on the implementation, right? Negotiating peace accord is not the end of the peacemaking and peace building process. You actually have to implement for the desired socio-political economic outcome. And one thing that we always need to focus is on, whether they were able to silence the guns or not, right? So then, whether there is a peace, sustainable peace between the parties who negotiate the peace agreement. We actually extend that type of research a little bit further and look, whether the parties, were able to secure peace with the non-signatory groups. You can have a multiple, it's a multi-actor conflict system like the one in Myanmar, where it is not only like, the government and one ethnic group. There are multiple ethnic groups, fighting a conflict. But then, our data allows us to understand, look at the implementation process and whether the peace extended beyond the signatory groups or not, whether the non-signatory groups are also stopping to fight against the state. But then, the argument here is a nice segue with, my colleague said earlier, the pull-in and push-out factor. So implementation is a system that pulls in the actors into the fold of the peace process and reduce the conflict in the system, and also push-out factor. But if the implementation is not happening the way it is supposed to happen, then you are actually pushing the signatory groups out of the system and they are back to war, right? This is how it works. So, and then the another finding, that we have, is the negotiated settlement, contributes to inclusive democracy, contributes to, the women's political rights, so on and so forth, right? That's at the level of, political outcome. And also, in terms of public health outcome, they were able to improve the infant mortality, that went down significantly in the post-conflict countries. And then also improves economy substantially. We found empirical evidence that compared to all type of conflict termination, those countries countries that negotiated and implemented comprehensive peace agreements at the higher level were able to attract more foreign direct investment, right? That's a significant finding there. The overall GDP growth, like within 10 years, 50% improvement. These are some of the papers that I'm working right now, and also contributes significantly on the domestic capital formation improvements in human rights practice, and also lowers the defense spending. Because when you implement peace and when the groups are not fighting, there is no reason to spend on defense. That's pretty common sense, right? But then, if you see all these benefits, from implementing the peace agreement, then why the parties are not able to implement the peace agreement? Or what are the ways that you can improve the overall implementation success of the peace agreements that were negotiated, to end the armed conflict? So these are the key findings that we have that we use pretty regularly as we consult with the stakeholders who are negotiating the peace agreement solutions in different parts of the world. So one is the built-in safeguards. What you actually negotiate and implement, three specific things. One is power sharing, the dispute resolution mechanisms, and the verification mechanisms. Significantly contributes to overall implementation success. Actually, if you have all these three elements negotiated and implemented, that correlates to 47% of overall implementation success for a given CPA. Then another research focus on the role of the United Nations Security Council. We use the large language model here to understand what is negotiated in those Security Council resolutions and develop the typology, three specific things: incentives and punishment, resource for implementation and empowering the signatories and local actors. It correlates to overall peace implementation success there. And also, relates to demobilization success, and also this is the role of the civil society actors, in the monitoring process also significantly improves the overall implementation process. And, it's the working paper right now under review where I was able to understand the ongoing Colombian Peace Accord implementation, identify how the international actors are involved in that process and whether that correlates to the overall success of the Colombian Peace Accord or not. And there is some positive relationship there. So only 5 minutes. Let's see how we can do here. So we do have a mandate in the Colombian Peace Agreement. We are mandated to develop the monitoring methodology for the entire peace agreement that was negotiated with FARC in 2016. And we identified 578 specific commitments in that agreement. And we have a team of about 20 people on the ground collecting data on a daily basis from different parts of Colombia, interacting with the institutional actors, civil society actors, and so on and so forth. And we use that data to update our database on a monthly basis, and then write reports, the quarterly reports, thematic reports, ethnic, implementation of ethnic provisions in the agreement, so on and so forth, right? And these reports are shared with all the stakeholders who are part of the implementation process, especially the government entities and the international organizations. That's our ongoing work in Colombia right now. And then we also have a mandate in the Bansamoro peace process. The peace accord was negotiated in 2014, and then in 2023, as I was working very closely with different civil society actors, then the government and the MILF, they saw how useful that tool is for them to understand the implementation of their own peace agreement, and they invited us to help them set up the monitoring and evaluation system. So we did very different things here compared to what we are doing in Colombia. We sit down with the parties through the co-creation process and ask them how they understand the implementation of their own agreement. And it is very important because when you are involved, in closely interacting with their parties, then you want to have a common understanding, the unified understanding of how the implementation process should look like that is acceptable for both sides. The agreement can be one, the implementation can be different. You want to reduce that friction. So that's what we we are trying, we tried, and then we are successful. It is adopted by both sides. We are intimately involved with them. We do meet on a quarterly basis with them in the Barnes-Moro peace process. We are also working with 12 different civil society actors on the ground to bring the community perspective on the implementation, because ultimately it is the communities where the peace implementation is happening. So how the communities see the implementation of the peace accord is also very important. And in this regard, in the Barnes-Moro peace process, we engage with the Christian, the NGOs of the civil society actors who are very close to Christian community, very close to Muslim communities, and also indigenous people, so that you have a diverse perspective, in understanding the ongoing peace implementation process. And we also create, same thing here, write a report, make the data available for the parties as they interact with each other. And it is evidence-based public policy engagement on how the peace accord implementation looks like on the ground from community perspective in this particular case. So, so during the negotiation process, then what type of provisions you negotiate, the parties can learn from that, right? And then also provide comparative insights, to create a solution for the problems that they were having. And we were intimately involved in the negotiation process in Colombia and also in the Philippines. And we are in an exploratory phase in the Thailand's Deep South right now. We're having conversation with the civil society actors, the academicians, and also those who are working very closely with the BRN and the Thai government. So, and of course, in the public forum. Great, thank you. Maybe 1 minute and then I'll wrap it up. And also, support during the implementation process. Of course, they started with the case in Nepal and then Colombia and in the Barnes-Moro here. So maybe just like there is a lot that can be learned during the negotiation process. From the key thing here is avoid ambiguity in the language. There are 3 specific examples that I would like to cite. Like in the peace agreement in El Salvador, they talk about, it's exact quote from the peace agreement, talks about the purification of the armed force. You have no idea how do you do it, right? In the Nepal's context, you have the scientific land reform. It creates a lot of ambiguities and uncertainties, when you put the peace accord, into the implementation. So one of the, the lessons is avoid that ambiguous language, consider realistic timeline, given, you would not be able to implement so many things happening right away. Discuss the implement sequencing and priorities. Both sides, have to be in the agreement, because ultimately, implementing peace is politics, right? It defines who gets what, when, and how. So the parties have to be in agreement on how that process unfolds as part of the peace accord implementation process. And of course, consider resources necessary for the implementation process. Maybe I'll cover, what are the key lessons, during the implementation process. But one key lessons that, is consistent from my research and then the engagement in Colombia and the Barnes-Moro peace process is that the independent monitoring and verification of the agreement is key. They should be, able to work independently and create a space where the parties would be able to come together and talk about the implementation is, without any biases, right? And with the data, the factual data on the table, the important thing about monitoring this way is that you depoliticize the implementation. When the facts are on the table, the parties are forced to talk about the facts, not about the politics. Politics is different, right? But then when you have facts on the table, then they would be able to come closer to the reality of how the implementation is unfolding and find policy solution, how to overcome impasse and stalling. I stop here. I am sure you have a lot of questions, so thank you.
Thank you, Professor Joshi. So we have a very interesting progression from Confucian philosophical concept into discussing some of the practical challenges of representation, and then a nice picture of what's happening on the ground, what's actually going on. As I think a sort of good way of organizing things. We have around 20 minutes for Q&A. So please raise your hand and I will call on you. Okay, we got three. Start with Alex in the back.
Thank you for the inspiring presentation. And I'm a PhD student from Department of Religion and Philosophy. And I have a question for Dr. Agari. And you show that even when there is reduced violence and post-conflict representation can still be ethically problematic because party-based system frees group boundaries and marginalize the minority. So my question is, if we try to open up participation or challenging the elite dominance, that might risk the destabilizing the fragile peace through, though it's not necessarily. And how should we think about that ethically when better representation and maintaining peace come into tension? And what should guide our judgment? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good question. In theory, we do know the answer. In practice, it's impossible to implement. But I think in the context of this framework of thinking that I was suggesting, the instances where we do have violence, intergroup violence, and transition to non-violent environments usually require institutional benchmarks for representation of groups. So institutions at the end of conflict tend to highlight that there are some groups that ought to be visible, represented in institutions. And that is a useful tool to stop violence because you want to bring people who have been fighting into formal non-violent political process so that they can lay down arms. But leaving group-based representation as a benchmark for political institutions' functionality in the long term of conflict usually creates these unwanted consequences of which I was talking about. So guaranteeing group representation is essential to stop violence. So representatives of formally conflicting groups would need to sit at a table in government. They need to make decisions together in government. But leaving that group-based representation in place as a foundation for later institutional development creates challenges for inclusive decision-making, specifically your question about the role of minorities or role of those people who are of mixed backgrounds, for example, those who don't want to identify with either or community or in diverse societies of multiple smaller groups. So there are consequences of making group identities politically relevant, and that is something to be avoided. So inserting time limitations on group-based representation would be one of those most commonly accepted forms that also have been practiced in some post-conflict places.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Professor Kwok.
Thank you. I would like to ask one question to Professor Wong and one question to Dr. Joshi. And the question to Professor Wong is about you use the Neo-Confucian concept of oneness, to try to promote a kind of modernized Confucian inclusive philosophy. But I would like to know that especially for those new Confucian, okay, who also depend on the Neo-Confucian concepts, they sometimes they criticize, for example, the Buddhist concept that they think that they have a kind of non-real self, okay, and so that is not enough oneness, okay, from the heart, okay, and then the Christian criticize the Christian's concept of the self is a kind of divided self, okay, because they that self cannot be fully functioned and need to depend on God. And so I would like to understand, to ask you that how, if we would like to modernize, okay, the Neo-Confucian concept, what will be your opinion, okay, to revisit, okay, those Confucian criticisms towards Buddhism and Christianity, okay. And to Dr. Joshi, I would like to pick up what Professor Agari about the representation, because you present a very vivid cases, okay, about peace building. I would like to know more about from you that how you pick up, okay, the representative stakeholders from those conflict regions and countries, and what are the most important observation from you that you pick at least, okay, enough representation in those negotiations. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Cook, for your question. I think, yeah, it's a very critical problem for how Confucianism could modify itself into the context of modern politics. Especially, it seems to be quite, rejecting Buddhism and also Christianity, both in the age of Neo-Confucianism and also in New Confucianism. Yeah, Mao Zedong is very famous for criticizing Christianity as the problem of the divided self. But here, I think we should separate two levels. Okay, yeah, two levels. One level is how Confucians evaluate other doctrines, say Buddhism or Christianity. And another level is how Confucians in the political level respect their right and also to tolerate them. Yeah, so I think here Confucianism could maintain the critique to Christianity and Buddhism, in the sense that they present the argument saying that what is inadequate from there, but at the same time respect their right as equal citizens, having an equal status in the public domain. And this can also be seen in other religions, say Christianity also Christianity also would think other religions or ideologies have something missing, but it does not mean that Christians would not tolerate them, that they can still tolerate them, participate together in a democracy. So what I want to see here is that Confucians can participate in the modern politics without coercing others, without pushing others to accepting their Confucian ideas, but rather focusing on self-cultivation, see how other people would reflect on themselves after seeing the moral cultivation of those Confucians. Yeah.
Professor Joshi?
Thank you. That is my favorite question, in a way, because it comes up quite regularly in research and also in terms of the practice. I see, there is not one model, because the representation context, from one peace process can be very different from the representation, in other peace processes. And I would like to see in different layers. So for example, during the let's start with the understanding, that all the peace accords are elite-driven, elite negotiation, elite settlement, right? Within that, with that understanding, you would be able to see the representation in the negotiation phase, meaning, whether the marginalized groups are represented as part of the negotiating team, or if not, as part of the agenda for the elites to negotiate. So that is in the negotiation phase that I see happening. And then the another one is, they could be left out, but whether they have active participation during the implementation phase or not. And the reason to focus on the implementation phase is, you can do a lot, right? For example, in the context of Nepal's peace process, it was negotiated by two male high caste people. Women were not part of that negotiation. Indigenous groups were not part of that negotiation. But they became very forceful, because they were invited to contribute during the peace implementation process, right? So there is, how you can have representative, issue resolved during the peace implementation process. And it was successful because they were able to write, very inclusive constitution as part of that process. The another way to understand the representation is, whether the outcome of the peace process itself is inclusive or not, right? So that is also very important, way to understand the representation. So you have a way to, during the negotiation process, through the agenda and then the representation in the negotiation table, and during the implementation process, whether they have active role, in the implementation process. And, when you are done implementing the peace accord, whether the broader socioeconomic political outcome is inclusive or not, you have a way to understand the representation that way. So, but it's, there is a lot, that needs to be unpacked, but, at least, to summarize that aspect, that's how I see it.
Professor Chan?
Sorry, I forgot about Mike. Thank you very much. I have one question for Professor Joshi. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, you first. Sorry. I thought you said Professor Tang.
You've already got the mic on.
Show maybe. Anyway, you go. No, you go ahead. Okay, quickly. One question for Professor Joshi and one for Timothy. Thank you, Professor Joshi, for your presentation. And that last point about avoiding ambiguity, I think for advising policymakers is a bit difficult because all of them talk about, the negotiators at least, the need for constructive ambiguity in order to make sure, help breach, that peace accord to become reality in the first place. So how would you advise them? Yes, constructive ambiguity is maybe necessary, but avoid as much as possible. And also specifically about the Bangsamoro process. So it's beyond the 10-year period already. So how is Notre Dame, your team in particular, still helping with the process? And also, because you also mentioned this idea of independent monitoring, and I wonder how different parties view or perceive your team as independent, because I understand that the Malaysian presence is also very important, for them, right, in order to sort of have a kind of balance. So that's my invitation to Professor Joshi, and also and then to Timothy. I might have read your presentation a bit too darkly, but I think I see the tension between the normative discussion of peace building and the empirical implementation. In a way, I think I hear from you that, yeah, we can have all this wonderful talk of Christian ethics and Confucian ideals, but at the end of the day, they all got factored into, or parties get drawn into electoral politics, and political parties behave the same anyway. They go for their interests, address their constituencies. With power sharing, we might change from inter-block competition to intra-block outbidding, but still it's the same thing. So I'm wondering, at the end of the day, do you see still really relevance for normative discussion, or in your analysis, they don't really matter? Thank you.
Professor Joshi?
The reason, for the request to avoid the ambiguity is because that becomes the sticking point, during the implementation process, and nothing, moves on, and then, it stalls and the parties find a way to go back to conflict. I'm gonna give you one example. In the Colombian peace process during the negotiation, we worked very closely with the High Commissioner for Peace in Colombia. Had signed the memorandum of understanding, and also other civil society actors. It was a few days before the signing of the peace agreement, that the request came from there, asking how the gender issue has been dealt with in other parts of the world, because one of the key sticking point in the Colombian peace agreement is gender issue, right? And then the idea was there are certain ways to do it, right? And then how you should be able to avoid, don't even use the ambiguous language, because then the way the people interpret can be very different. And one of the reasons, why the Colombian peace agreement failed during the referendum was exactly that, right? So you would be able to identify, what issues, is ambiguous enough, and for the parties to play the way they want, and you want to avoid that, like, for the sake of the peace process itself. Ultimately, the parties went back to Havana, negotiated the accord, and so on. And in case of, I'm originally from Nepal, right? And then in Nepal, the peace agreement, one of the reasons why there was a Maoist conflict in Nepal was socioeconomic, grievances. Like, one of the biggest issue was then the land reform issue. And they only one sentence in the peace agreement that the parties were, will do the scientific land reform without any clarity. It is already more than 15 years of the, the 2006, right? Like 16 years of the peace agreement. They have done nothing about land reform. If it was concrete enough, what they should be doing in terms of the land reform, then probably they would have something about land reform by now, right? So that's why it is important. I know the, the ambiguity, how it serves the purpose, for the negotiation, but if you are striving for that, then the implementation process will be, very, very, contentious, and you have to avoid that, right? It can take, a couple of more negotiations, to get to the final accord. But if you have that luxury, then you probably should do that and avoid the ambiguity. That's the reason, like, it's coming from the comparative experiences, how the parties were able to do that, right? The Bansamoro process, it's more than like 11 year actually, right? After the signing of the comprehensive peace agreement, it was signed in March 27, 2014, but then they had a COVID excuse. The implementation process is still going on. Both parties are very faithful to the process, but then also, there are certain issues that they have not done. There are two specific tracks to that particular peace process called political track, which is about establishing the Bansamoro Autonomous Authority. And then another one is the normalization track, talks about the decommissioning of the MILF, combatants, their socioeconomic reintegration, the transitional justice, amnesty, so on and so forth. The normalization track has not progressed very significantly, right? And that's why there is a lot, even if there is a lot of, support for the peace process, they have a lot of issues to resolve. And, and we as an independent third party are helping them on how to understand the content in the normalization process, how you operationalize it, and then how you put into practice in terms of the implementation. We are, supporting, them from that process, and very successfully engaging both sides. It is not like, Notre Dame saying that you have to implement X, Y, and Z. We ask them, to sit together and find, we help them to identify what are the actionable things, are, in the normalization annex, and ask them identify the focus point for this particular stipulation and help us understand what are the benchmarks for the implementation. So we help them. And in terms of the independent bodies, we were very careful about this process and the role of, Malaysia and even the third-party monitoring team there, right? They have that, but ours is complementary to what they are doing. We are not encroaching on their mandate. We are supporting the monitoring and evaluation process. And we were very careful, from the very beginning that no one is left behind from this process. And we are the only one active monitoring process right now in the Bansamoro. Third-party monitoring team is there, but they are not able to work. They are not functioning. They have not produced any reports for the last 2 years. Whereas, we are producing quarterly report, on the implementation status. So,
Dr. Agarn, if you can briefly answer.
I will. I think excellent question. To be very succinct, I do see value in normative discussions, and I think they're extremely important as a background for practical negotiations in long-term goals and sketching out which are approximately the values that conflicting parties can sign up to. But in the majority of cases that I look at, these are hard cases of conflict where people are dying. So it is about settling the conflict in the first instance and stopping violence. My personal gusto is with normative discussions, yet I'm also in favor of people not dying. So my focus is on bringing violence to an end. And these are the consequences, I think, that we can talk about as well, but they can wait.
All right, let's thank our speakers once again. Do you have any announcements that need to be made? If you're a student and you need CCL, please scan the QR code. We have a 15-minute coffee break, and then we come for our last but not least session of the conference. Not the closing, the last paper session. Thank you.
If I known that you wasn't talking about numbers, I would have been less.
No, I mean, it's good. I think it's a complementary, you know. I don't think there is any overlap, you know. If you're
No, there's no, but I was just really, I don't want to dump like institutional information about cases.
Yeah. The good thing is it's over.
But it is good because I finally had a chance to look at what you work, because I also asked myself, who is this person
Really?
working with Dr. Peter? Yeah. Yes.
Italy, I wrote my dissertation on post-war democratization.
Did you use cases or was it?
As a Larvian quant study. That's my dissertation. I look at, you know, not the way that you do, but how parties, you know, make transition to democracy and what is the role of inclusive institutions, parliamentary versus presidential system, and then the PR versus, you know, the majoritarian system in sustaining the transition that took place as part of the, you know, war to peace transition. So that's my that's my PhD. So
Yeah, I think it's as I said now, I think it's important to speak about normative issues.
Oh, yeah.
It is, it's a very different discussion.
It's very different, exactly.
So in many cases, I've been doing positive, he's actually the war stuff 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
Yeah, there are still issues, right?
Yeah, there is no violence, no, so, but there is no progress. So what is
Exactly.
staging return to violence all the time.
唔係唔係唔係唔係。
That's speaker.
Speaker.
Yeah.
Your speaker button is on. Yes.
Testing.
아니요, 두 번째요. 리바이 알아가지고. 아니요, 쟤는 저 친구는 GTU 출신인데 저는 보수학 관련된. 네. 아까 프레스타리
선풍사 선풍사. 가지고.
Very good.
你看你们gajigo。咁係定係開始？
근데 교육학과에 계신 기독교
唔使啦。你哋 keep 咁個 time 嘅，唔係我 keep 咁樣。
네. 네, 아는 친한 형이 거기 있다가 소강대로 옮겼어요.
하면서? 아, 시카고 나왔다.
시카고에서 같이 공부를 했거든요. 이번에 서강대 여름에 잠깐 가서 보고 저희서 학교끼리 하는 게 있어가지고 수혜자.
네.
그 다른 오강 교수님이신데 여기가
윤진 교수님?
저분 교수님. 조금 말고 더 나이가 좀 있으신.
유리가?
유리가 그렇게 되나요?
정수희 교수?
그분은 소강입니다.
거의 아니에요? 네.
아니요, 미국에 있었대요. AI.
All right. May I invite all the participants to come back to the conference? 叫外邊，如果入嚟嘅話入嚟。 All right, so welcome to the final sections of the conference of today and for the conference as well. My name is Pak Hang Wong, and I'm an assistant professor at the Academy of Chinese History, Religion and Philosophies. And I'll be the moderator for these sections on technology and peace. In these sections, we'll have 3 talks from 3 distinguished speakers, with Professor David Kwon from Seattle University, Professor Heidi Park from Yuan Women University, and Professor Chiman Kwong from our own Academy of Chinese History, Religion and Philosophies. So without further ado, I will pass the floor to Professor David Kwon.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Right? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for your presence, even until this last session. And let me just begin my presentation. Okay. Should I use this one? All right. So this paper argues that arms fairs should be understood as moral and economic institutions. Using South Korea as a case study, I suggest that prevailing ethical approaches, including just war theory, have insufficient tools for evaluating these pre-war institutions. I propose leading arms race through critical development ethics, drawing on political economy, criminology, and Catholic social thought. not as a confessional doctrine, but as a public moral tradition concerned with common good. The guiding question here is not simply when war is justified or not, but how war is made morally normal long before it begins. Okay, next. To clarify why arms fairs matter ethically, I begin with two conceptual tools from moral philosophy. First, Alistair McIntyre defines social practice as cooperative human activities that cultivate shared standards of excellence and moral formation. Practices are not neutral, they shape what a community learns to value. Second, Charles Taylor's notion of the social imaginary refers to the background moral horizon that makes certain social arrangement appear natural, legitimate. Arms fairs function precisely at the intersection of these two ideas. They are institutional settings in which militarized development is rehearsed, displayed, and normalized, not merely as a policy, but as a common sense. In other words, arms fairs are not simply marketplace, they are pedagogical space where societies learn to imagine weapons as engines of prosperity, innovation, and national pride. This philosophical framing is strongly supported by recent criminological and political economic scholarship on arms fairs. Scholars argue that arms fairs operate through four interlocking mechanisms: legalization, marketization, representation, and punishment. First, legalization. Arms production and trade are rendered lawful and routine through state sponsorship and regulatory framework, even while the violence enabled by these weapons remains morally silent or morally distant. Second, marketization. Weapons are treated as commodities whose success is measured by surplus, contract, and export volume rather than human or ecological cost. Third, representation. Arms fairs are carefully staged as family-friendly, technologically exciting, and future-oriented space, often excluding any testimony from victims of war. Finally, punishment. Dissent and peace activism around these fairs are frequently criminalized, marginalized, or framed as threats to national security. As criminologist Vincenzo Ruggiero puts it, war is not a breakdown of moral order, but the most extreme manifestation of conventional power relations. In this way, arms fairs are not peripheral to war, they are where war begins, socially and morally. Let me now turn to South Korea as a strategic case study. You can also find more information from my handout, but I can just skim through a little bit here. And according to Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, South Korea now ranks among the world's top 10 arms exporting states, with major contracts across Eastern Europe, including Poland, and the Middle East and Southeast Asia. Two arms fairs are especially significant here. ADEX, ADEX, refers to Seoul International Aerospace and Defense Exhibition, while MADEX refers to the International Maritime Defense Industry Exhibition, held in Busan, in South Korea. Both are state-supported biennial events that bring together government officials, defense companies, and military buyers and international delegations. These fairs are not marginal industry gatherings. They are embedded in national development strategy, framed by political leaders as engines of economic growth, technological innovation, and global prestige. Defense exports are routinely described as evidence that Korea has arrived as a mature global power. What is ethnically significant is not simply that weapons are sold, but how weapons are narrated, like rhetoric, as tools of prosperity, peace, and modernization. Arms fairs thus function as symbolic sites where militarization is folded into the language of development. Empirically, South Korea's arms fairs reveal a tight alignment between the state, corporate defense actors, and public narrative. Major firms such as Hanwha Aerospace, Hyundai Rotem, and Korea Aerospace Industries appear not merely as private sellers, but as partners in national development. This alignment reflects what political economists describe as militarized industrial policy, where defense production is treated as driver of employment, innovation, spillover, and export-led growth. The logic closely mirrors earlier stage of Korean economic development in shipbuilding and electronics, except that the commodity here is organized violence. Importantly, arms fairs are staged as spectacles. Live demonstration, carefully curated displays, and diplomatic ceremonies transform weapons into symbols of technological sophistication rather than instruments of harm. This performative dimension matters ethically. As scholars of militarization argue, normalization does not occur primarily through coercion, but through repetition, visibility, and aesthetic framing. Arms fairs repeatedly present militarization as reasonable, inevitable, and even desirable. For instance, recent ADEX exhibitions have prominently featured weapon systems marketed as defensive, precision-based, stability-enhancing, even when exported to the regions already experiencing armed conflict. The moral burden of downstream violence is thus displaced, while the developmental narrative remains intact. At this point, it becomes clear why prevailing ethical frameworks struggle to address arms fairs adequately. The dominant moral lens in philosophical and theological discussion of war remains just war theory in many ways. Whether in classical formulation or contemporary revision, just war reasoning focuses on morality of entering war, conducting war, and sometimes existing war, jus post bellum. However, it largely presumes that war is already underway or imminent. Arms fairs expose a critical blind spot. They are pre-war institutions. They shape the political economy, moral imagination, and incentive structure long before question of jus ad bellum arise. Jus ad bellum, justice before war. Whether they have to fight war or not. So, moral theologian Kenneth Himes has already noted that just war categories are poorly equipped to analyze the systemic force of globalization, arms production, economic incentive that make war more likely. Similarly, criminological scholars argue that focusing narrowly on battlefield ethics leaves untouched the infrastructure of violence, market, exhibition, regulatory regimes that sustain war as normal social activity. In short, just war theory might help some judge acts of war, but definitely not the moral economy that produced them. This is why I suggest that arms race and arms fairs must be evaluated not only as a security phenomena, but as developmental practice, and therefore require different ethical vocabulary. Capabilities and critical development theory and moral evaluation. So if you find more information, if you wonder more, and you can find more information from my handout. So here, if arms fairs expose the limits of war-centered ethics, the question becomes what ethical framework is capable of evaluating them. One prominent secular approach comes from development ethics, particularly the capabilities approach associated with Amartya Sen and Martha Nussbaum. Rather than measuring progress by GDP, and technological output, the capability approach evaluates development by asking what people are actually able to do and be. This framework has several strengths for our purpose. It shifts ethical attention away from state power and toward human flourishing. It foregrounds freedom, agency, and vulnerability. And importantly, it allows us to ask whether industries and policies depend or constrain the basic capabilities necessary for dignified life, such as bodily security, political participation, and ecological stability. From this perspective, arms fears already appear ethically suspect. Weapons production may generate revenue, but it does so by diverting resources from capability-enhancing goods and by exporting risk to populations elsewhere. Development here is uneven, externalized, and morally displaced. However, the capabilities approach also has limitations. It is analytically powerful, but institutionally thin. It struggles to address how market, state, and corporate actors normalize harmful practice over time, nor does it easily account for symbolic and moral formation that occurs through institutions like arms fairs. This is where Catholic social thought enters the conversation, not as a library theory, but as a critical development ethics with a thicker account of institution, power, and moral formation. Catholic social thought is often misunderstood as a set of internal religious teaching. In fact, from Populorum Progressio on the development of peoples, written by Pope Paul VI and onward, it has functioned as a public moral tradition explicitly engaged with economics, politics, and development. Pope Paul VI claims that development is a new name for peace, reframed war not as isolated moral failure, but as the outcomes of unjust economic social arrangement. Pope John Paul II extended this insight by naming the arms trade and global inequality as structures of sin, not merely individual moral lapse. Pope Benedict XVI emphasized that development is not simply economic growth, but moral vocation, requiring institutional responsibility and ethical evaluation of markets. Pope Francis deepens this trajectory by linking militarization to ecological devastation and what he calls technocratic paradigm. What makes this tradition analytically useful, even in secular context, is its insistence that development must be evaluated according to the common good, not aggregate benefit or national advantage. The common good here does not presuppose theological agreement. It names a social condition in which institutions enable participation, protect the vulnerable, socially vulnerable, and orient economic activity toward shared flourishing rather than elite accumulation. This allows Catholic social thought to operate alongside and sometimes against liberal development models, offering a normative critique of militarized growth without appealing to sectarian authority. When we apply development ethics and drawing from both capability approach and Catholic social thought, arms fairs come into sharper ethical focus. Kenneth Himes' formulation of authentic development as integral, just, participatory, and sustainable provides a particularly useful evaluative framework. Arms fairs consistently fail across these criteria. They fail integrality by reducing development to technological and economic performance while ignoring, disregarding moral, social, and ecological cost. They fail justice by concentrating benefit among state, corporate elite, while exporting harms elsewhere. They fail participation by marginalizing dissent and peace activism. and they fail sustainability by embedding violence and ecological extraction into economic planning. At the same time, it is crucial to acknowledge the limits of Catholic social thought too. Catholic social thought does not offer detailed policy mechanism, nor does it always sufficiently interrogate corporate power, financialization, or regional geopolitical asymmetries. With the engagement with political economy and critical security studies, it risks remaining aspirational. This is why the contribution I am proposing is not a theological replacement of existing ethics, but a reframing. Arms race should be understood as problems of development ethics, institutional formation, and moral economy, not merely as security dilemma or just war questions. In this way, arms fairs are not neutral economic events. They are sites where societies decide, often textually, whether development will be ordered toward human flourishing or toward normalization of organized crime or violence. I have 1 minute, so 4 minutes. Okay. Let me just go with I have two different options for conclusion. One you can find from my handout, sort of like summary of this paper's contribution, conceptual way and theoretical way, empirical level, interdisciplinary level. I'm not going to go over these things, but you can find from these things from this slide and handout. So, but let me just go with my option 2 here. Okay. Let me close by returning to the title of this paper, Trading in Death. What arms fairs ultimately force us to confront is not simply the ethics of weapon sales, but the moral criteria by which societies define security, progress, and development. This raises two questions I want to leave with us. First, what would security look like if it were measured not by arms export or deterrence capacity, but by integral human development, by the protection of life, political participation, ecological stability, and social trust? Second, what would it mean to treat disarmament not as a concession, but as a form of public infrastructure for peace or peace building, as a necessary condition for justice, sustainability, and shared flourishing? From this perspective, South Korea's arms fairs are not anomalies. They are emblematic of a global political economy that increasingly confuse militarization with progress. When weapons production becomes a development strategy, growth and violence become ethically entangled. Catholic social thought is helpful, at least here, not because it offers a sectarian or church doctrine or judgment, but because it insists on a basic ethical claim. Development that undermines life is morally incoherent. When economic growth is tethered to the production and circulation of weapons, development ceases to be integral, just participatory or sustainable. The alternative I'm proposing is not naive pacifism. It is a just peace ethics, one that understands peace as something actively built through justice, participation, ecological care, and the redirection of human creativity away from instruments of death. From this standpoint, disarmament is not the essence of development, it is its precondition. If we are serious about peace, we must be willing to change what we celebrate as success and to recognize that authentic development points not toward trading in death, but toward cultivating life. So here is, I'm going to stop here, and this is a selective bibliography, and we can also talk a little more during the Q&A session. But thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Professor Park.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you for this invitation. I'm feeling very honored, and it has been such a joy to interact with all of you. My presentation's title is Eschatological Peace Possible at the Environmental Justice Protest Site. So I think mine will be very different from all that we have heard so far. Will be very, very much down to earth. So bear with me and follow me in the slides, please. Oh. In our time of climate crisis, eco-anxiety threatens our sense of peace. Scholars have different names for such emotions, like solastalgia or ecological grief. Surveying these emotions, pastoral theologian Pamela McCarroll notes that the visions of impending societal collapse amid a lack of effective cultural and political changes often create trauma responses. However, it is also possible to divert our attention from a disastrous future. Psychologists call this region beta problem, paradox. This graph shows when you decide to take a bike instead of walking. To a certain distance, we would rather walk than take a bike in spite of bike's efficiency in getting to the destination. Bike is cumbersome, you need to decide where to park it and stuff. Then if it is over a certain distance, then cycling would make more sense. But between such decisions, there remains this region beta, the paradoxical distance in which we decide to continue to walk despite the efficiency that cycling would provide. With many mechanisms of distractions from the urgencies to switch to address this crisis issue, psychologists say we continue to live in this region beta in terms of the climate crisis. The crisis confronted me in an extremely personal way. When my daughter was in middle school, she declared that she would not pursue a college education because by her calculation, she had only 30-some years to live due to the worsening climate crisis. She had been tracking the doomsday clock, reading IPCC reports, browsing every environmental study she could have her hands on, and concluded she had no time or money to waste on luxuries like college. She stated, our generation lives with this impending doom. We feel like we have no future, but we don't want to talk about it. Instead, we just do what the adults tell us to do because we have no other options. My daughter's cold, rational calculation drove me quickly out of the region beta and made me wonder about others like my daughter. How do they handle their future? So I decided to ask this question to someone whose daily life deals with the climate crisis. I interviewed Seongyul Park, an environmental justice activist working in Hongcheon, Gangwon-do, in South Korea. I asked him, what is an appropriate eschatology in the face of the environmental crisis? For the last 13 years, the Hongcheon residents have been protesting the construction of pumped storage hydropower stations with upper and lower dams in Pungcheon-ri that would destroy their homes. These dams are to be coupled with a nuclear power plant that may produce excess electricity that can be used to pump water from the lower dam to the upper dam for storage. When there is a power shortage, the stored water is released back to the lower dam, converting the energy of the falling water into electricity. On the surface, this seems like a necessary infrastructure project in a neoliberal, consumer-driven society. Underneath is a social justice issue. The economically vulnerable population pays the price for the benefit of the more affluent. Furthermore, the residents do not see this as a local economic issue alone. It is a part of a much bigger picture in which our ecological home gets destroyed. Usually, protesters occupy the entrance of the City Hall parking lot where Pastor Park's white mini truck is often located. It converts into a mobile stage adorned with placards bearing resistance slogans. The residents and allies would line up like this. But things were different on July 19, 2024, a truly scorching and humid day when I revisited the site with my daughter. The protest had moved to the staircase inside the city hall. I was informed that the protesters had occupied the building floor to demand the debate based on a consensus process that the mayor had agreed to after a very lengthy negotiation. Mayor Yoon Jae-shin had pledged to conduct this debate with the residents until they reached an unanimous agreement. However, the official record of this process stated a discussion session will be held instead, and this would have no decision-making power. So the residents decided to occupy the city hall to demand that the promise made to them be fulfilled. Yet, there was a sense of optimism stemming from a small victory that they achieved at the debate with the mayor. They had extracted a statement from the mayor revealing that the actual contract with KEPCO, Korea Electric Power Corporation, and K-Water, the state-owned enterprises responsible for the construction, had not yet been finalized due to their persistent protest. They also secured a confession from the mayor that he had the option to cancel the construction plan. This, the 610th weekly protest prayer meeting, attested to this group's devotion. Several days later, the police arrested the protesters and interrogated them. When they were released that night, one of the women jokingly grumbled, "What a strange experience," as she walked out. Their bodies suffered, but their spirits were unswayed. Most of the protesters involved come from Pungcheonri, a beautifully green and lush village within Hongcheon, which is the proposed site for the construction of the pumped storage dam. They are primarily farmers who have lived in this area for a long time. Gangwon province has many tourist destinations that are easily accessible to the population concentrated in Seoul and Gyeonggi area. The nearby Gapyeong area is known as a tourism spot where water leisure activities attract weekend visitors from the cities. But nestled behind hills and mountains, Hongcheon is a lesser-known town that would not typically attract attention. Hongcheon government claimed that the pump storage hydropower dam will create 2 lakes to attract tourists and generate an economic boom. However, the unspoken reasoning behind the strategic choice to build the dams and the 500 kV voltage, high voltage transmission powers, along with the private sector's continuing invasion to construct golf courses, reeks of neoliberal logic, seeking the most cost-efficient spot while paying the least compensation to those evicted. Under this logic, the residents' livelihood must be bought out and eventually sacrificed. Pungcheonri has become a sacrifice zone. The term sacrifice zone began as a livestock and land management concept, focusing on areas where land was intentionally degraded to preserve other areas for productivity. During the 1970s energy crisis, this concept was applied to critiques of the environmental cost of large-scale energy projects, revealing the tendency of these zones frequently forming in economically vulnerable communities. At several protest rally prayer meetings, I repeatedly heard a clear articulation of this reality. Why do we have to pay for the needs of Seoul? Then the cloud of war readiness also hangs over the issue. Like the unmentioned elephant in the room, I became deeply aware of this form of entanglement when I visited one of the Korean environmental justice hotspots, Saemangum, a site of a large-scale land reclamation project. On my visit, our guide walked us through the mud flats, explaining the diminishing biodiversity and the disastrous economic and environmental consequences of this land reclamation scheme. This included the economic uselessness of an airport being constructed on this newly created land next to a US Navy base. That's like, the land that we see over there across the, watery part. Although arguments had been made about local economic gains and losses, the site seemed to point more toward the military infrastructure needed for wartime. To my untrained eyes, this economically pointless airport seemed to be a strategically important construction that could benefit our side if war broke out. Bringing a lens that considers military concerns about war, I wonder if there is another layer to the Hongcheon situation. The pump storage hydropower dam, which would store enough water in the upper dam to function as a natural battery, could be utilized in urgent situations. Quietly, I wonder, could this be a preparation for war? In the event of a total electricity failure during a conflict, could this dam serve as a last resort? This is an aspect no one discusses, but it is a plausible scenario. However, this is a topic the government can never publicly acknowledge, as it could create panic among citizens. At the same time, it is a point that does not support the cause of the activists fighting against these projects. National security reasoning could easily overshadow other arguments. The machine of neoliberalism, as we know it, continues to bulldoze through its path, and with military reasoning attached to it, it feels unstoppable. The residents, a small community of 20 to 30 people, seemed like an obstacle that could easily be crushed in its way. However, when these people gather and protest, Park's vision of the promised time, the eschaton, is victory. With a huge grin on his face, he tells his community, you know, we always say we will win. You know why? We will win because we will fight until we win. In our interview conversation, I asked Park about his views on eschatology. He first searched for abstract theological terms shaped by his seminary training. Only after I told him about my daughter's plight did he reflect on the reality of his activist world, drawing upon the practical wisdom that guides him in his everyday life. First, Park pointed out that the doom story of the climate crisis assumes an anthropocentric view of ecology. It envisions an ecosystem structured as a pyramid with producers, the plants, at the bottom, and consumers, the herbivore, omnivores, and carnivores, layered above with human beings at the top. The gloom story presumes the destruction of this food chain hierarchy, which relies on linear thinking, similar to Christian chronological theology that begins with alpha and ends with omega. Park argues that this perspective overlooks the vital role of decomposers in the system, transforming all beings, whether producers or consumers, into parts of something else. Park's understanding of the ecosystem is circular. We live, and when we decompose, we become food for fungi and bacteria, turning into nutrients that are observed by other living beings. He laughs as his thinking resembles the Buddhist concept of reincarnation, which he considers may perhaps be a better fitting framework for the challenges it faces. However, he insists that this view is as Christian as it can be because decomposition after death is the very process of resurrection. Resurrection requires true death, and true death involves decomposition. In this system, where every being becomes food for another, there is no definitive end, therefore no omega point eschatology. Park's vision of the mutation, decay, and change through which life persists is mirrored in the constantly transforming community of those who join him. The weekly rally in front of Hongcheon City Hall takes the form of a prayer meeting with a simple liturgy and prayers, but this ritual space transforms according to its participants. Sometimes Catholic priests or nuns lead the prayers, other times Buddhist monks take on this role. The protesting residents are not necessarily Protestants like Park, a Methodist pastor. When some residents wanted to embrace the spirituality of their struggle and requested a worship space, Park created a worship space at the Little Candlelight Church at Cafe Donkey. He no longer leads this ministry, explaining, "We've done enough worship practice at church. Now we concentrate on the real worship at the living activist site." Thus, one sacred space dissolves and flows into another, much like the circular ecology, where one life ends and becomes part of another. In this way, an end does not signify the finality of death, and death itself does not define the end. In this circular spirituality or theology, the urgent echo anxiety dissipates and transforms into a trust in the process that grounds him. His role becomes clear when even the end of humanity is not the end. What's important to me, he says, is to live faithfully and contribute to the healthier circulation of this ecological cycle so that I may return to the dirt and contribute to the life of other living beings. Thus, the here and now becomes critically important. Hongcheon also gains new and significant meaning as a here and now. I asked Park why he chose to act in Hongcheon, and his reasoning was simple. He had retired to this area and the problem unfolded before his eyes. He acts in Hongcheon because the problems are happening here right now. Hope is often experienced only in terms of moving toward growth. Yet our climate crisis points toward a future where this very progress will ultimately undo itself. Cody Sanders insists that hope must be made wild again, undomesticated from its captivity to ideologies of progress and the cultural conditioning of optimism, of feral hope. In Park circulating ecology and theology, where the end is not truly an end, such feral hope remains alive, paradoxically traveling to the grave and beyond, becoming wild among all earthly beings, human or not. In this process, decomposition becomes a crucial arc in the circular motion of his feral hope. One mighty form of decomposition happens through the fungal network, which is mirrored in what is found in Hongcheon. At the site of here and now, Hongcheon is the hub of the interconnected environmental justice issue. Park offers a detailed analysis of diverse problems connected to the Hongcheon protest, which I will quickly show you by going through the slides. While some of the civil development projects related to these concerns appear environmentally friendly on the surface, the locals know how they are implemented on the ground, destroying the natural resources on which their lives depend. The interconnections he detects are invisible, but form underground networks that silently expand through the neoliberal logic of development. Yet, in this dark world where these insidious connections are forming, Park himself nurtures a beneficial fungal network. Oh, I went too far. The fungal connections facilitate decomposition and create new worlds by extending mycelium to plants, forming mycorrhizal relationships that help plants move water and nutrients back and forth. Once thought to be parasitic, mycorrhizae have been revealed as part of a vast underground communication network connecting many different species of trees and fungi, circulating not only water and food, but also playing an important role in plant communication. The complex process of fungal networks, connecting and decomposing in sites of ruin and death, make this metaphor particularly fitting for what is happening in Hongcheon. But fungal network also nourish the fruiting body of the mushrooms, the visible part of the mycelium, which shoots out spores at rocket-like speeds, further extending the fungal network. As you have seen in the slides, Park's fungal network of resistance has fruiting bodies popping up everywhere. He has built a nationwide solidarity network appearing at protest sites and city halls where his community members rally against policies and decisions exacerbating these problems. Just as destructive projects are springing up everywhere, Park and his network of people pop up in those places, unstoppable. The 600 plus weekly prayer meetings his community has maintained have extended their filamentous network to other communities standing in solidarity with Hongcheon, sometimes relocating the meetings to sites where resistance is most urgently needed. Through this mobility and close communication with others resisting within this network of sacrifice zones, spores spread wide, eventually reaching even me, located in Seoul. For this network to form, community matters, and who the community is matters. Park proudly states, we do not stop people from joining us, and we do not hold back people from leaving us. With non-professional protesters, the Hongcheon community's decisions may come short of the expectations of some professional organizers who have joined them in solidarity. However, Park does not allow their feedback or advice to take precedence over his community's decisions. Outside observations and suggestions are not welcomed. Solidarity must be expressed as solidarity alone. This principle protects the community's agency and fosters local indigenous wisdom that the government and corporate powers have consistently ignored in decision-making. In this trust, the seemingly vulnerable community gains self-esteem, as was evident in their debate with the mayor when residents, ooh, really, okay. When the, like, where am I? So, so the node, their network forms nodes and connectors, and the nodes are like plants in the mycorrhizal connections fed by the mycelium network that extends to another nodes. So like, by having this sort of an agency of the community, this network continues to expand. When the sacrifice zone turns into nodes of fungal connections, new possibilities emerges. Under the motto, we will win because we will fight until we win, the Hongchun community has clear goal. They want the Hongchun city government to cancel the plan to build the dam. Yet, despite their 13-year-long protest, the plan has not yet been officially canceled. However, the plan has been stalling. The contract of the company slated to carry it out has not been signed. Their current victory lies in the fact the government has lost its moral justification for the construction. While the official win is still to be claimed, the residents know they have overcome a significant hurdle. I'm gonna conclude with this. Park describes the political power of the Hongchun community as being like a splinter between the toes. A splinter, though small, is constant source of irritation. While their resistance may not knock out the politically powerful, it continues to disrupt and slows their progress, and splinter may not disable the opponent, but it prevents them from making unhindered strides. And it creates the inflammation that like the fungal network that is forming in there and then has been stalling the projects. So like, I just wanted to, I'm using the mushroom, Anna Tsing's work here to sort of conceptualize the whole network that has been formed and the political community that has been forming in here. And so that's what I wanted to show you. So like that's the scene where they are protesting in front of the president's office building last time. Currently, we are in a very critical situation where the struggle continues, but it seems like the government is making several decisions very, very recently. And now the poster that you see on the right side of the slide shows that they are meeting right now to protest again. So thank you very much.
We have our last speaker, Professor Kwok.
Can I use the computer there? Can I use the laptop myself? Yeah, I just got. Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kwong Shimen from the History Department. Thank you very much, Professor Kwok, for inviting me to this conference. And this is actually a very rare opportunity for historians to share our ideas on research with fellow philosophers and scholars from other fields. So this is basically part of the ongoing interdisciplinary collaboration between history and religion and philosophy in Chinese within the CHRP framework. So what I'm going to present today is, this title is Dark Heritage Under a Football Field, Locating and Interpreting a Second World War Era Mass Grave in Hong Kong. So if Professor Park's presentation is down to earth, mine is equally down to earth, very down to earth, because we are focusing on a single spot on a football field. So what I'm trying to forgive me the rather lengthy introduction. So basically what I'm trying to do is to introduce a workflow where we combine the traditional historical methods, digital spatial humanities, and geospatial technologies and oral histories to really try to find out and interpret sites where atrocities happened without actually engaging in large-scale excavations, because it's not possible in an urban setting. So we are focusing on a place called King George V Memorial Park in Hong Kong. If you haven't visited there, I would not recommend you to visit there at night. Yes, definitely no. There was a mass grave in which during the Japanese occupation during the Second World War, there were 2,600 bodies buried in it. So what I'm going to present in the coming 15 minutes is basically the process of us finding that place and our interpretation of it and the potential implications and meanings. Particularly, I would like to highlight the fact that after the war, there were long decades where technologies can be used to, on the one hand, preserve this kind of memories, and on the other hand, help obscure and distort such memories. So in order to fit into the peace and technology theme. So the park was known as a haunted place for decades. It was built shortly after the Second World War, and it was long seen as a very haunted place because there was a mental hospital nearby. There was another hospital next to it. So basically, it was sandwiched between two hospitals, and there were always urban legend about the place being used as a mass grave during the Second World War, but no one actually studied the place. So basically, only urban legend and ghost stories exist. So our task for this paper is to really locate it without the excavation and try to interpret it using various geospatial technology methods and traditional historical methods as well. So this is a park. On top of it, there is a football pitch, large football pitch, which I'm going to show you later. So you have this ramp, which was built in early 50s, and go up, and then you have the park itself. If you search the name, the King George V Memorial Park on YouTube or Google, you will only find ghost stories. All ghost stories, there are lots of them. It's always about being a mass grave or mental hospital, this and that. The historical context was very straightforward. There was a Japanese occupation of Hong Kong during the Second World War, which lasted for 3 years and 8 months, from December 1941 to August 1945. The city basically suffered from huge food shortages, widespread disease and illnesses, Allied aerial bombardments. How many people died in the process, we don't know. We could never know. Estimates ranging from 50,000 to 200,000. Most of the death would be concentrated in the last 2 years of war, when you actually have starvation in the city. And before the war, the colonial government actually designated some public places because they anticipated a Japanese attack. So they designated some public space for emergency burial grounds, and KG, the 5th playground, was one of them. So it was situated within the middle of a city. We heard about these stories for a long time, and we started to gather more and more oral history accounts and written accounts in the process in the past 15 years when I studied the Japanese occupation of Hong Kong. I was trained as a military historian. I focused on the fighting part for a long time. But at the end of the day, I gradually shifted to the social history and more or less about the spatial dimension of that particular social experience. And it seems that there are lots of untouched area which we can discuss in the process, including ranging from how memories were being created to the ethical issues as well. So the first account was a textual account. It was basically a memoir written by a man called Pun Guangleung, who, passed away 30-something years ago, but he left a very detailed account about the existence of a mass grave in a playground in Sai Ying Pun, where the park was located. And then we were very lucky to interview one survivor of the period, Mr. Lau Man Sing, who recalled how bodies were pushed up the ramp towards the park in the process. And we will show you the ramp in the aerial photos later. And then both of them noted that the tragedy was basically normalized in the occupation because everyone was so used to it. Every day you saw dead bodies on the streets for months. And then after the war, it was quickly filled up. No one seemed to commemorate what happened. Everyone remembered, but no one actually did anything to commemorate the place. So my question is, how can technology help us to basically relocate the whole thing, to verify the accounts, and at the end, enhance our understanding? This was the accounts, the original accounts written by Mr. Poon. So he is a very beautiful Chinese calligraphy. It's basically his diary. So at the end of the paragraph, it says, there is a garden next to the Sai Ying Pun Hospital. The playground became a mass grave. And this horrible sight was unseen in Hong Kong history. So that's what he wrote. So we continue to dig into it. We didn't really look into it because we are so used to the stories of the mass grave in Hong Kong. But one thing changed our mind, that is the discovery of American Army Air Force aerial photograph in 1945. We found hundreds of aerial photos stored in American archives about Hong Kong during the Second World War. So we started to georeference the photos, which we will show you later, and see if we can find the actual site of the mass grave. Basically, we want to find a crater, okay? Because we have seen some accounts about it. There is an urban legend, so maybe we can find something from the aerial photos. This was what we have found. So in the middle was the site, the playground. So clearly you can see a flat ground. So there is a rune on the right, on the left, so you can ignore it, it's part of the hospital structure. But in the middle, you can see very clearly a large pit. Yeah. So we wanted to look into it by georeferencing the photos. So we basically located, nowadays it's part of a football field. And then we conducted a ground penetrating radar survey to really try to detect the crater, see if we can still find the crater. And we found it. They detected basically a 2.4 meters deep, large bell-shaped crater. The image is something like this. So it was the ramp where the body carts went up, and then they dumped it near they dumped it into the pit. So basically it was the accounts of Mr. Lau. So, and basically matched it with what Mr. Poon mentioned in his memoir. So all these pointed to the existence of a large crater. Okay, so what's next? So we tried to define out who were those people. Because in Hong Kong, when you try to discuss this basically forgotten war memories, it's very easily slipped into sensationalism where massacre occurred. People would very easily blame our massacres, brutal Japanese troops, blah, blah, blah. But if we actually put it in a geospatial context, we try to find out who were the most likely victims of those inside the pit. So the black bracket in the middle was the mass grave, and the red areas are the hospitals nearby, 2 hospitals within 10 minutes walking, 15 minutes walking distance. And then the purple area was the area where you have nearby local rice shops. That means basically those shops that cater to the local working population. You can notice one thing. There's actually a very clear line between the purple area and those on top where the rich people lived. The yellow block boxes, the yellow boxes were where Japanese people lived, and close to them were the richer people living on top of the hill. So you have a clear line between the urban poor and the urban rich, and then in the middle you have 2 hospitals where they were full of dead bodies, and they did not have enough burial ground, and they dumped the bodies in the mass grave between the 2 hospitals. That's the black area. So why did we know the number of bodies? Because right after the Second World War, the place was filled up and became a squatter. People literally lived on the bodies. And 2 years later, there was an excavation, large-scale excavation lasting for several months. 1 month actually had excavated 2,400 bodies. So another month yielded another 100 and something bodies. altogether there were 2,600 and so on. So it was cleared, refilled again, and the backfilling was not being done properly. That's why we still detect the crater, and then there on top you have a football pitch and then the park. So we try to explain why no one seemed to care, really. Everyone remembered it, but no one actually looked into it, no one commemorated it, and so on. As I said, it quickly transformed. The space itself quickly transformed. And by the 1950s, many of the new residents in the area were those from other parts of China. They did not really have a local identity, and they have very little linkage with the ground. So it's unlike other places where you have some war commemoration. Usually there is a pre-war community existed. So without really an official monument or official memory, the civilian suffering, and particularly the spatial inequality I just mentioned, was never a thing in Hong Kong's wartime memory. So here is a rather ironic situation in which everyone talked about commemorating war and so on, but no one talked about, in Hong Kong, I mean, no one talked about the inequality of suffering and inequality of commemoration. So there were lots of commemoration about soldiers, maybe the volunteers or the fighting bodies in Hong Kong. But on the other hand, the civilian suffering was basically left untouched. So how these memories survived, on the one hand, of course, ghost stories, urban legends. But on the other hand, when I tried to conduct interviews with the locals, I found that at least well into the 60s and 70s or even 80s, teachers in the area still talk about it as history to the local students. But of course, they could not point out where it was because it was quickly filled up and turned into a park. And so what I'm trying to say is, it seems that technology, particularly a combination of traditional historical method, as well as things like AI, GIS, and GPR. The role of AI is to very quickly help me to OCR the entire account, because it was actually originally 300-something pages of written Chinese. So we did it very quickly with AI. Anyway, so a combination of lots of technological ways can really help us to identify and interpret these dark heritage sites where excavation is infeasible and basically impossible. I can't ask the government to stop people from playing in the football field and let me dig. Maybe I can now. with enough evidence, with overwhelming evidence now, maybe I can. And by the way, that football field, because the backfilling was done poorly, it was actually sinking. So it's not a very even field. So in order to ensure the game would be played fairly, I should propose to the government, let's do something about it. And more important, it was a silent monument of 2,000 and something victims of not just the war, but the inequality in a wartime situation in which when we talk about commemoration, we sometimes very conveniently overlooked, for some reasons. So my final argument is pretty simple. More historical details can lead to better understanding and possible reconciliation, because it's very easily we could slip into accusations, empty accusations of massacre, brutality, this and that. But in reality, it was, well, more complex and more layered than people would like to discuss or face. So basically, this is the end of my presentation. And one final thing I would like to show you is that the whole process is actually recorded. That's why I'm sitting here, because the whole process is, the whole process is recorded as an interactive map, which can be accessed publicly if you are interested. Do I still have enough time though? Yes, good. Thank you very much. I can use 30 more seconds. Yes, the whole geospatial attempt to record what happened in the Second World War. The football field episode I just mentioned is only one part of the more than 3,000 features in this map. So we try to chronicle the entire Japanese occupation of Hong Kong and basically what happened and all the features by including aerial photos and various kinds of data, including oral history, in a GIS-based database. So this map can help us to really contextualize what happened. So this is where it was, the pit. And you can find well, hospitals, barracks, shops where Japanese lived here and there. And we can really contextualize the whole thing and try to, well, get the bottom of it. And finally, the final word of this presentation is nowadays, it is a football field. Exactly this side. Yeah, this side. So don't play on this side if you were there. You play on the other side. Okay, don't do it at night. So thank you very much. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kong. So now we have approximately 25 minutes for questions. If you have questions, please raise your hands and I'll ask you for it. Professor Kong.
Thank you. I would like to ask a question to Dr. Kwang. In your presentation, you mentioned that actually the arms trade will lead to a reduce of the economic growth and technology. But nowadays, actually, a lot of people, they emphasize that the arms industry, they help the development of technology, for example, the space technology or even the electronic technology. A lot of people would like to say that actually initially there was some kind of technology to support the armies or navy or the air force. And so I would like to ask you to share that actually how we can approach this kind of somehow dynamic, because from some news, financial news, they will say that because of the global tensions, so actually that it will increase the stock price of the arm traders, and so some investor they benefited. So I think that is a kind of contexted narrative, about how arm industry affects the society. I would like to hear about your sharing on this. Thank you.
Should I respond to him? Okay. Oh, thank you for your insight. And that's exactly right. And this is how actually we call arms in industry now. And like a volunteer and one of the stock, and it's really going up, and people pay attention to, and want to buy more stocks. And for me, I can share about like my story a little bit. I used to work as a military defense company, and when I was there, like I was not really involved in like developing weapon itself, but it's called telecommunication, and we call free space optics. And there are two laser device, and we shoot the machine laser and as a backup for the wireless LAN. And that's very helpful. Like you don't need to like dig in under the ground and to put the cable, like in the like a desert area, like that's kind of popular, especially in the during the Second World War, and not Second World War, sorry, the Second Iraq War and Gulf War, and because you don't need to really put the like cable on the ground, but you just need to shoot the like laser from one device to the another device, and that's kind of innovative technology back then, and they not only military, but other telecommunication companies and over the world, Canada, FSONA, and MRB in Netherlands, and they also like adopt this technology to develop more telecommunication to be benefit more people. There is like something that like benefit definitely, but the thing is that like arms industry and the arms race is different, because arms race has an intention and to use a weapon to win the war, right? So that's the intention between that, and we need to see and what is the primary intention, what kinds of technology, how actually the technology actually developed, and for what intention and motivation. And that's the things that we also need to consider together, of course. But it's tricky. It's a kind of all kinds of the weapon-based technology has to do with many other technologies and in the reality of our life. Yes. Does this help you? Your thought? Did I answer to your question? Or?
Well, because you also talk about the arm trade.
Yeah.
Then that will be, I think, about the arm race and arm trade. Actually, you would say that actually, the third core participant is arm industry.
Right.
And so, if there's any evil, okay, done by arm race, then how we can explain, okay, the legitimacy of arm industry and whether they have some kind of contribution, okay, to the society, and so that is my question. And so, I understand that you try to differentiate the arm race, okay, or the technology, okay, invented or invested, okay, in defense technology, okay, and still, for me, okay, I need to think through it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks for the questions. Anyone? Professor Mark.
So I have a question for Professor Kwong. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. And I just have a question about why, after the war, it seems the social elites were not interested in taking this good opportunity to rehabilitate their reputation, because, as I remember, some of them were forced to be collaborators with the Japanese government. And it seems that politically speaking, by appealing to commemorate these victims would be a very good bet, right? I mean, but why? I mean, according to your own research, why they didn't do so?
Thank you, George. This is a very, very good question. Two layers, I think. First, the colonial government, while basically pardoned everyone who did not do physical harm, they basically forbid all those wartime collaborators to go public after the war. So this stopped them from really doing something really open. And the second layer is, I didn't really expand in detail, and please, thank you for giving me an opportunity to say a bit more, is that the burial site was actually close to the working class area, but also the Tonghua Hospital, where the Chinese elite are established and maintained. And basically what happened was that it was on the working class people's side. And after the war, Tonghua continued to function and expand and covered the entire territory. But on the Chinese working class side, that's Sai Ying-pun, you didn't really have a strong local self-rule tradition or the elites to take up the responsibility of local commemoration. The only places where local commemoration of civilian suffering during the war took place in two places. One is Yunlong, by the Bok Oi Hospital people, where you really have a group of local elite, wealthy people. And the second place was Hong Ham, where there was a bombing, killed 900 people in a single afternoon, and the local elites actually started to created a small shrine to commemorate the war dead, which was again demolished in the 1960s because of urban development. There's only two occasions where civilian sufferings were commemorated by the local elites. The rest of the territory, no. And the rich people did not have to commemorate in this way because they would commemorate their war experience either as helpers of the Allied effort in Central, where you have the cenotaph, the official colonial wartime commemoration. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Any questions from the crowd? Yes.
Thank you, professors, for the enlightening presentation. And I have a question for the Professor Kwong about the arms phase. And you argue that just war theory is limited because it brackets the political and economic structures that produce war, while just peace offers a more systematic moral vision. And my concern, however, is whether just peace risk becoming overly ideologic, and how can just peace remain normative demanding without losing its ability to orient adjustment in deeply no-ideal political context? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think that's a question for not just me. I think some other presenters also talk about just peace ethics. I think they can also share their response to you. I can say that like just peace ethics is different than pacifism. And there are Glenn Stacy is one of the scholars, and we heard from our in the morning. And also there are there are many different kinds of pacifism as well too. And there are some say about principle-based pacifism, some say practical pacifism, and strategic pacifism. Like some people call Mahatma Gandhi is a strategic pacifism. And so there are many different kinds of pacifism, and also there are many different kinds of just war, and like offensive just war, where more common good-based one. And there are many different kinds of things. Likewise, just peace ethics also has different layers, different like people talking about different way. And so it really depends on the context. Maybe we can also talk about more details, but I cannot say about just peace ethics is not naive or idealistic. But also, as we heard from the morning too, just peace ethics is also practical and reality, right? So. Of course, and we can talk more about it after that too, yeah, if you like. Yes. Thank you.
Any questions? If not, I actually, oh, yes.
I'm just thinking about, I see the point, Professor Kwan, about the arms fairs. I think this is really a very good point, that just peace should be the kind of direction we should care about, and just war theories certainly not covering all moral issues that should be addressed in the normal situation of the developing society. But I was just thinking, what would be the just peace response to an aggressive war? Like if there is a society that is promoting just peace, but then faced by war, and in terms of what would be the international should be international response, and what would be like in terms of the use of weapon or for defense, and how do you foresee that? Would it be like that each country should produce sufficient amount of weapons for themselves and just be in this such situation, or with some kind of right to purchase weapons in such cases, or what? How would you see this situation?
Yes, that's a very good point, and that's part of my presentation too. Like what people support arms race is the kinds of the narrative rhetoric is very prevalent now, and we have to defend our nation. We have to focus on innovation of technology, think about a more like economic prosperity, and but the problem of this kinds of rhetoric is like do not see the other side of the world and reality. People who suffer from the war and uneven development, right, distribution. And those things we need to consider. So I said about integral and sustainable development theory and ethics. We also need to think about it as a part of just peace ethics. But you're right, and this is the world now, and getting more serious and getting more hot. Now people, not just one single nation, United States or China, but many other nations these days, they want to buy the like more military weapons, like including your home country from Poland, and they bought a lot of tanks and airplanes from South Korea, and in the name of the like defense, and we had history that we shared before, like Polish government and Polish state and community also like has some history with Russia in the past. So we need to be ready in case something happens. But this is kinds of thing that we see a lot, and at this point, yes, and we cannot find like one, like just particular response to this, but we need to also work together. Like when we think about like arms race, and we also need to think about what would be a expected result if we buy like more weapons than you need first. And so those kinds of principles, and we need to think about it. But also, like I think Professor Joshi also mentioned about like so many other like Kroc institution, actually they are doing many good things about prevention and many different kinds of the non-violent act and alternative like just war method and approach and practice. We also need to think about all this together as well, but at various level, top down, middle out, like professors and scholars, we get together and share the ideas, and also bottom up, and we also need to think about all different aspects together. But it's a process, and whether just peace and just pacifism again, and whether just war theory, it's a theory, and theory doesn't solve the problem. It shows the vision, but not just like perfect vision for every case. But we need to see, and then we need to put our heads together to think about together. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. My question is for Professor Park. So you told this very compelling story of how you get pulled into this event because of your daughter. So first of all, it means there's quite a bit of awareness among young people about this impending environmental catastrophe, or unless your daughter is the exception. But then you talk to Songyul Park and you tell us the larger story. Now, is it becoming, the story is still ongoing the way you told, as far as I can remember. The question is, are the environmentalists and the people who are resisting this project, are they now burdened with to come up with an alternative solution? Would that be the way forward, to say, build this thing somewhere else and not here? Is there a way that there can be minimal environmental impact to find an alternative? Or to what extent is this a done deal as a project? And given all the reasons that you gave about neoliberalism and these demands.
You're talking about the dam itself, right? Well, like in the very rapid slideshow that I showed you, there's like about 10 issues that the Gangwon area is dealing with. In some of the issues, they're actually winning. But on this pump storage hydro dam situation, I think the situation is pretty dark at this point. Like currently in South Korea, like, after the martial law declaration and then the ousting of the president, now we have a new president right now from the Democratic Party, but still he's sort of in the middle ground, not toward the left, I guess. And from Park's point of view, he is too sort of, I guess, too conservative in his approach to things. But at the same time, from other perspectives, he shows a lot of motivation to create something environmentally friendly. And this hydro dam situation is very controversial because from the outside, it looks like environmentally friendly. But if you look into some of the layers that Park actually insists upon, like, how economically viable it is, how often it is used, and whether whether the other fossil fuel, like, energy sources are getting cut off, like, as a compensation. None of that is happening. They're just continue to build those things. And it seems like the government has reorganized itself to to have the environmental department house the water and electricity department above it at this point. So now it seems like, like the power that Park was fighting against actually gained a humongous power at this point. So it doesn't look too good at this point. So like I had to have this conversation before I make this presentation here. So I talked to him like 2 days ago, and I realized that, in spite of the thing that he had talked about last year, it seems like things are progressing in a sort of negative processes. And I'm sort of wondering, should I remind him of the eschatology that he expounded to me at this point? But we'll see. We'll see how this January month is going to progress and see where things are going to stand. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions from the crowd? Yes.
We again, I have two questions. So one to Dr. Kwong and one to Dr. Park. To Dr. Kwong, I think I appreciate much that at the end of your presentation, you talk about how to remember the history. And actually, I would like to hear from you that, because for Chinese, we always want to have a right memory, okay, for the World War II. Would you explain more, for example, how this, your research, especially, can avoid a kind of new hatred, between two countries, and how to have a just memory, okay, on the war. So this is the question to you. And to Dr. Park, I always appreciate Koreans have a passion in activism, okay, and even though that activism seems will be failing, okay, as you said that, okay, the activism you participate seems you have some wins, victorious, okay, but seems overall maybe you cannot achieve what the group would like to aim at, and I would like to understand that what is the momentum that those groups, that they can, involve in these activism? Is this that the eschatological hope that you mentioned, or other resources that, they have that can keep them, to continue on that efforts? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kwok, for the question. For me, in short, I think the most important part is the recognition of diversity in historical experience. Because let's just look at Hong Kong first. And even in Hong Kong, it's a small place, but you have different ethnic groups having very different experiences, ranging from maybe the Filipino, Portuguese, Eurasians, Europeans, and then among them you have British and the neutrals. You have people from Switzerland, and you have people from Scandinavia, who all experienced the war in very various ways. Some faced outright brutality, some just faced inconveniences. So it's very different. And on the other hand, among the Chinese, you are very different. Overseas Chinese, Hong Kong, locally Hong Kong Chinese, and then Chinese from different parts of China at the time. Very different political affiliations and loyalties and so on. So it's a huge gray area. So that is why I would think the spatial inequality I mentioned in my paper is crucial, in that it highlights the diversity of experience even within such a small space, such a confined urban space. You already have the rich and poor having very different experience. They both suffered. They both suffered, but they both suffered in a very different way and to very different degrees. So I think if we have a just peace, I would say, in terms of memory of the Second World War in Asia, I think the first thing to do is to stop looking at national boundaries, because within each nation you have very diverse experience already, and look at maybe some common themes and threats which maybe everyone in Asia faced. Yeah, and at the same time, because atrocities were done by both sides in a sense, but of course people will find it very hard to recognize some of them. The Allied military means against Japan. Not all of them are 100% fully morally held up. So on the other hand, of course, the Japanese did all sorts of disastrous brutality in different parts of Asia. So to reconcile that, I think the first is to recognize the diversity, because many types of things happened, and then sort out by going into detail. Yeah, thank you.
We are crazy, I guess. Yeah, like, your question is like, something that I really have to ponder about. It's the question that shows up in Mr. Sunshine. Have you ever watched that drama? Like, when the American army came and invaded Ganghwa-do area, the grassroots, the common people are fighting against them without the government help from the center. Yet they continue to die, and but they don't stop. Why do they do that? Was the question that the American soldier was raising at that point. And somehow I see that happening over and over again, and I wonder about other there were moments in my life when I realized that we do that while some other people may not do in their own countries, and that keeps me thinking, oh, why are we that crazily obsessed with our own land and our own life and our own people? Is that nationalism, or is it something more than that? So I've been thinking, in the short moment, what is it that we are so crazy about? I'm gonna keep thinking about it, but one thing that keeps coming back to me from from my heart is that it's the obsession with life, probably. We have a very different sense of life and death. I'm contradicting what Park Sung-yul was saying in his eschatology, but if you go to Japan, if you are in China, I don't know about the Hong Kong tradition here, but the dead are memorialized very close to the living. Right? You will have an altar in your home and stuff. We put the altar way beyond our sight. We put our tombs and altars in the mountainside, and death is sort of very far from our living quarters. The dead were not even allowed to be buried in the Seoul area within the four gates. And there's a different way that we are sort of hanging to the life versus death in such a way. So I wonder that comes back to me the first, but I'm gonna keep pondering about that. Probably Dr. Kwon has a lot of different ideas from what I have right now, but so yeah, some obsession with life. Thank you for the question.
All right. With that answer and with that open questions, we're going to end this sections. Can I ask you all to join me again to thanks for the wonderful speakers for giving us the talk. So we will have approximately 7 minutes to have a break before we come to the closing remarks. So.
Thank you, and thank you again. Thanks.
But I really like your presentations, because I think, again, that goes back a little bit before actual war happens and all this marketizations and in a sense, basic conditions for war.
Oh, you have,
Right.
so, thank you, yeah. You guys are colleagues, right?
Yes.
Okay. Join for dinner, yes. Which way do you prefer? Yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah. Boss place, okay. Oh, yeah, let's go together then. Yeah, I'll just follow you. Yeah, we exchange our email later on. Yeah, yeah. Do you know my email?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, okay, okay.
So what, what are you teaching here?
I do mostly philosophy of technologies. So I do
Cool.
quite a lot of AIs and stuff, but I have some bits of SCS backgrounds.
Okay.
So your talk is actually interesting. I actually want to ask you these questions. So your daughter's futuring, so to speak, is very different from past futuring, right? So the questions for me is how do you reconcile that? Because one thing that you mentioned is that type of activism is good, but then how do you transfer that ideas of like hopefulness to your daughters instead of having her saying, I'm not going to do educations anymore.
So I had to persuade her very hard.
Right.
And I'm a
Right,
professor, right?
right. But then I guess
Yeah.
the questions for me is there are two ways.
Colleagues, now come to our closing remarks. Yeah, the 2 days conference go fast, and now we coming to the end of the conference. At the end of the conference, I would like to give my profound thanks to a lot of persons. Okay, though in the conference you only can witness Benedict and I serve as the chairman. Actually, the whole conference organized by an organizing committee, and we have several members. But I think some members still outside to enjoy their coffee. Okay, may Sophia invite them to come back. Okay, and then I would like to say words of thanks to them. Okay, yeah, because they are very important. Actually, we began the whole organization of the conference nearly 18 months. Okay, before today. Okay. And so we have a very long discussion about the topic, about the themes, and also about the speakers of this conference. Actually, because this is the first conference we organize on peace study at HKBU. Actually, we do not have call for paper. And so all speakers here, you are our very good friends, and we target you. Okay, and we hope that we can have a very good starting point, to research on peace and also research on conflict transformation, in East Asia region, and also to start our collaboration and partnership. But still, some of our members still outside, but then maybe I would like to give thanks, to the only member here, that is Dr. Levi Checkers, he is one of our organizing committee member. And actually, besides Levi, we have Dr. Martin Zhong, Dr. Jillian Ju, and Dr. Bowie Wong. I think all of them are outside.
Martin probably go back to his office.
Oh,
Get-
yes,
grab
get
something.
he's back. Okay. And so I would like to express my profound gratitude for their efforts and wisdom, in organizing this this conference. And I would like to also have defense, to my administrative colleagues. Sophia, would you also invite all Oh,
They're
yeah.
outside now.
So I'm very sorry that they're outside or
At least Sophia is here. Okay, seven four now.
Okay. Carrie, then you found that Carrie all the way contact our speakers and to do the logistic. Yeah.
Come back a
A bit later, when we could,
publication.
Okay, and then Sophia, our assistant as well. Thank you. Yeah, and then Naomi outside and also Cam Ho Cam Ho here. Okay, sorry. Yeah,
He's
Cam Ho.
hiding behind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for being escort of for the speakers, at the hotel. And also we have several student helper to help us during this conference. I would like to mention them. Kenneth Lau should be outside, and then Willie, where is Willie? Now Willie also outside, and then Wenisa Yip, and also outside, and Vincent should be here. Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is Gin Bong. Okay, Gin Bong. Okay, Gin Bong. Also, and Kelly. And okay, yeah, and then Jihan, Tao Jihan. Yeah. Well. Okay. So thanks so much for all these student helpers. They actually this is the semester break, and so they come back and then to help us for this conference. And Also, yeah, besides of the thanks, okay, and we would like to conclude the conference with some reflection and also sharing. I have asked Professor Liu and Professor Conley and Marek, yeah, to give us maybe some closing sharing, okay, about their observations on the conference and yeah, their reflection. Thank you. Maybe Professor Liu first, yeah.
Hey, everybody. Thanks, Professor Guo. You asked me to say something to the closure for this conference. So I think this is a really wonderful and successful 2 days conference. Everybody, I think, like me, to benefit or inspire a lot of from each other dialogue or speakers. So as you know, for materials, the more you give others, the less you will left. But for knowledge, spirit, especially peace, is totally different. The more you share to others, the more you will get. So many, many thanks for organizer, Baptist University, professor and students to provide this excellent platform, the channel, for all participants here to have opportunity to share our understanding or experience about peace building. Also, I want to thank every participant, including me, of course, especially American professor for a long way. So, but I think everybody, we are divorced this, how to say, our participants, because I think the 2 days dialogue meeting is very important. It's not only help us, each of us, to understanding a little bit the other person's knowledge, thinking about peace and peace building. It is also will push each of us to expanding our vision, especially our a little bit narrow identity, to see the truth that other people already saw it. So this is very important. So, you know, the truth is not like the blood cycle in one body system, but like air, flow, exchange between you and me. So this, I said, this conference to opportunity, this kind platform to change our ideas, it means nobody can hold truth. Or somebody said nobody can control the God. But the truth, or maybe the God appeared between you and me. We can only together, we can close to the truth. So I really think this is very important. So any suggestion to Baptist University, I hope you will continue this kind of dialogue platform, because your university, I think, is the only university have peace studies program in Hong Kong. But Hong Kong is the very special city. They have, how to say, it's really different culture background. It's much more easy. I couldn't compare another city to Hong Kong, can link the mainland China and all over the world together to discussion about peace. So hope you can continue this channel, this platform. We will go to the end of today's conference, but peace is always in the road. Peace always should be continued. So I also will back to Nanjing tomorrow. So I hope I can also, I'm waiting for you in Nanjing. I host you in the future and continue our dialogue for peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Professor Colin Emmerich to share his reflection.
I want to echo sentiments that have been already expressed and extend my gratitude and congratulations for gathering us here over these 2 days for dialogue and for common life together. I've been struck by 2 things that I'm very grateful for. First, the diversity of perspectives represented in this conference. Perspectives of national cultural origin, disciplinary methodological approaches, religious and cultural traditions. And this diversity is a gift, the gift of encounter, the gift of learning from each other, and also a challenge because it pushes me to learn new disciplines, new languages, and to recognize how very much I'm on the way in this regard. So diversity of perspectives really struck me, and also the commonality of purpose, that it was a common purpose. Everyone wants peace. We've said this many times, and the various presentations and conversations have named obstacles to peace from a variety of perspectives, and then also presented for us tools, tactics, strategies for the removal of these obstacles. And in that way, the conference itself also is a step along the way to peace. And so grateful for this, and congratulations for convening us here together. And as a concluding word, I wanted to go back to what I mentioned earlier, this message from Pope Leo for World Day of Peace, because I find some words from him there that I think are timely for this conference, for our scholars, for our students, for our activists and administrators. And so I just read from these words. Dear brothers and sisters, whether we have the gift of faith or feel we lack it, let us open ourselves to peace. Let us welcome it and recognize it, rather than believing it to be impossible and beyond our reach. Peace is more than just a goal. It is a presence and a journey. Even when it is endangered within us and around us, like a small flame threatened by a storm, we must protect it, never forgetting the names and stories of those who have borne witness to it. Peace is a principle that guides and defines our choices. Even in places where only rubble remains and despair seems inevitable, we still find people who have not forgotten peace. Let us not forget peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Liu and Professor Colin Emmerich. Thanks for your encouragement that we should keep our discussion and our journey continue, and to keep on striving for peace. And so I would like also to invite colleagues, you can share, about your observations and reflection about this conference. Actually, we try to organize this conference in not very big scale. because we would like to serve as a kind of fellowship and also to build a partnership with one another. And so, yeah, we welcome colleagues you share about what you would like to continue this journey, okay, which start 2 days before from Hong Kong, okay, and how we can continue to work with one another, or you would like to pinpoint some observation that we need to work more, okay, on that areas, and so welcome for your sharing. But before the open to the floor, I see now most of our community member, OC member are here. I would like to give a round of applause, okay, to them. That is Levi, Martin, and Bowen. Okay, thanks for their contribution in organizing the conference. Okay, so now open to the floor. Yeah, Levi, please.
I just reminded of what Professor Liu said in his opening remarks. He mentioned that we seem to think that we're all so different, but actually we are all so similar. We are all human, and we share more than we often think we do. And I think this conference really illustrated that. We have people from 4 different continents, as far as I can count, representing many different countries, with different religious, philosophical, ethnic backgrounds. And yet, there's so much concordance with the views that are expressed. And I think that's very hopeful. A point of this, Professor Colon mentioned Oscar Romero's notion of brother criminals. And then in Baldwin's talk, he drew from the work of Zhang Zhai, who talks about those who are suffering are my brothers. And this very interesting, beautiful connection between a Latin American Roman Catholic archbishop and a Chinese Confucian scholar, identifying those who are downtrodden, who are marginalized, who are despised as their brothers in very different contexts, very different times, but the same notion. I think if those of us who are here take away just the work, the ideas, uplifting from 2 people, how amazing would that be in our work, in our study, in our research? It would just multiply the cause of peace in our institutions and in our context.
Thank you. Thank you, Levi.
Okay. I am very grateful for so many things. And I'm grateful for the students who had been participating in this process and walking with us, guiding us, and helping us in many ways. And I'm very thankful for that. And I am also very thankful for the spaces that you have created. It has been like this round table space is wonderful. Everybody has the same access to the microphone and volume, and it seems like it's a very democratic space that you have reserved for us, and I appreciate that. But other spaces during the lunchtime, during the dinner time, the intimacy that I experience here is also something that I'm going to cherish very deeply. The learning has been wonderful, and it has been a beautiful process. So I am grateful for all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting us. I don't know about you, but the 2 countries I'm very connected to, South Africa and the United States, it seems that both societies are running into deep crises. And I'm absolutely overjoyed that I could come far away from both of them to a place like Hong Kong and deliberate in some amount of solitude and away from the theater, so to speak. So thank you for arranging this. I like sometimes poetry or sometimes good quotations. I'm going to share two with you. One is from Frantz Fanon. He said, "I'm not the bearer of absolute truths. No fundamental inspiration has flashed across my mind. I honestly think, however, it's time some things were said. Things I'm going to say, not shout. I've long given up shouting." So I'm glad we spoke and we said the things that we said. The other one is from Muhammad Iqbal, a poet philosopher from pre-colonial, from colonial India, and he's buried in Lahore today in Pakistan. So he's seen as a kind of the spiritual father of Pakistan. And in 2027, it's going to be 150 years of his since his birth. And I'm writing a book for that anniversary occasion. He has a very interesting two-line poem that will resonate with several things that were said here. He said, "The way of love is freedom. The way of love is freedom and revolt against the world. You are still the girdled devotee of time's idol house." IDOL. The way of love is freedom and revolt against the world. You are still the girdled devotee of time's idol house. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I usually don't express my thanks for invitations, but this is a different occasion. I think to continue what I was saying when I was speaking, I think it's been an exceptional opportunity for me to listen to, yes, what Martin termed normative approaches to peace and conflict studies, which I usually do not get exposed to, which was a very welcome addition to my personal reflection on what I do in research. And for this, I do thank the organizers and colleagues who are present here. But beyond that, I think what these conversations allowed me to do is to see not only different approaches that are normative, but also different regional perspectives. And this is the conversation that we in Western Europe rarely consider as forward-looking, because most of the problems that compound regional dynamics in Asia I believe to be reflecting on past experiences, or still reflecting on past experiences. And it was quite a welcome addition to, or corrective to, that perspective that I have also experienced and heard from these conversations in the room. So thank you for that as well to all presenters and those who have organized the conference with this perspective and the view on peace and conflict studies. And it is my hope as well that we will reconvene in different place and different format maybe to continue thinking about ethical, religious, and geopolitical, because that seems to be particularly pertinent in contemporary world perspectives on peace and conflict studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Martin, you are the last one. Yeah.
First of all, I'd like to thank other organizing committee members, because last semester was my sabbatical. So basically I was absent, an absentee organizing committee member. So thank you very much for organizing everything. I just come and attend. So feeling a bit undeserved with the gratitude or that Wailun was expressing. I joined this university 2013, 2014 as a postdoc fellow. And the first task was to organize a conference on political reconciliation, which took place 2014 in June. Thinking back, what kind of big changes we have lived in Hong Kong alone. And in that sense, I'm still I feel glad that we can still hold this kind of conferences in Hong Kong, and I hope Hong Kong can keep its special status in this sense to hold dialogues like this. Although I also feel challenged, actually more now than ever, because coming back from Europe, I was in a conversation with a fellow Chinese researcher on political reconciliation, and then he challenged me to think about, you're in Hong Kong, so do something about conflict prevention in the region. And I still don't know what that can mean. Yeah. So if any ideas, please share with me over dinner. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Martin. Actually, yeah, you show us a new task. Okay. In the future, yeah, I hope that actually this group of fellowship, okay, we can explore on what like Joseph said, not only to discuss about the ethics, philosophy, or religious expression on peace building, but also on the political conflict transformation, and also maybe on history memory, historical memory, and so actually we have some new tasks, okay, and one of the new tasks is that we would like to publish all our research here. And another, actually, in July, we will collaborate with Northeast Asia Reconciliation Initiative. Actually, Deal Divinity School is a member of this initiative, and we'll hold an annual conference in Hong Kong, to explore about reconciliation with a young student and also some NGO workers or Christian leaders. And so actually, yeah, we hope that, okay, we can continue our attempts and our efforts on peace building. And actually, Martin also asked us how to have some kind of conflict prevention, and we should explore this, okay? But I would like to give the time to Benedict, okay, to talk about the publication.
Yeah. Well, as usually when we hold a conference, of course, we enjoy all the fellowship and connection, and we don't want the connection to be ended after the conference. We want to continue this connection. Of course, we will still have the dinner and then the public talk tonight, but still, one way to maintain or to develop further on our connection is to think about publication, and there's also, of course, another practical reason is that many of our scholars, we need to publish our work, and then we hope that there can be some collaboration as well. But of course, for now, talking about what kind of publication plan may be a little bit early, but usually what we do after a conference is either to make it to be an editorial, to be a book, or we find some journal to make it to be a special special issue, something like that. And indeed, if we have enough people to join, then we can do both. Why not both, in case we can do it? There are some practical concerns for us. For example, if it is a journal, our ideal target will be those journal in Scoopers, especially in the so-called top 10% in the field. And then on Epifolium, we also hope that it can be some academic publisher. For example, yesterday night I talked with Professor Neil that because he has published in Springer before, so Springer is a very good publisher for us as a target to make our editorial. But in case there are some others that how to connect them, how to contact them, or at least, for example, Cambridge University Press or Oxford University Press, in case you know their connection, please let us know so that we can see if we can make our work to join together. I heard that Oxford University Press doesn't really do the conference proceeding. They don't publish that. But on the other hand, we are not exactly doing a conference proceeding. We are, well, most of us, we didn't ask you guys to give us a full paper. We usually just ask you the PowerPoint or the abstract. One reasons behind that is we hope that there's actually some development after the conference. After we heard about all the comments and the ideas, then we can develop our project even further. Then we can join together to be a publication. It may be there may be some challenge. For example, we are kind of from many different disciplines, okay, from philosophy, from religion, and then politics, and then just name a few, and then there are many others as well. We are all under the name of peace. Okay, it's a very good and big umbrella term that can cover a lot of disciplines. How to make it join it together to be published work is something we want to see. So well, basically, this kind of just like an announcement, okay, or just to let you know that later we will contact you, and I hope that most of you will join us to make it to be some kind of publications. In case now you can tell us that I'm actually an editor of a journal that you can actually publish in my journal, or if you are a publisher in a publication in a Oxford University Press or something, you are editor of that, and please let us know. But we'll contact you guys later. Okay, we will definitely to see if we can join together. So is there anything else?
Oh, thanks, Benedict. Okay, so I think this is the immediate follow-up task that we can join in and participate together. Okay, again, I would like to thank so much for all the friends from all parts of the world to come to Hong Kong to join this conference. I understand that many of you are very, very busy. Okay, from your very, very busy schedule, you squeeze time, okay, to fly over maybe over 20 hours and then to come to us and then to join this conference. And on behalf of my team, deeply grateful for your participations and so finally may I invite all of us to give everyone a round of applause. Okay, to everyone. Okay, for this the starting point of our fellowship and friendship. Okay, and now we will come to go to the restaurant for dinner. Okay, and I know that the coach already arrived. But I think maybe we need some time to go to restroom. May I suggest that we gather together at 25, okay, outside the lift lobby, and then we come together to the coach. Okay, so thank you so much.